Hello, hello, hello. How's everyone doing today? I do hope y'all are doing well. We are going to be doing some Girls Frontline 2 again. I'm hoping to finish the part 1 of the event tonight. Finish that all off, and then from there move on to doing some of the other stuff in the game. So I do believe I do have quite a list of reactions, don't I? I believe I have quite a long list of things for me to react to, so that will be a thing as well. But yeah, I do hope everyone's having a good time tonight. I know I'm doing pretty darn good myself. Yeah, how's everyone doing? Yeah. I did want to mention this is that hopefully audio quality might improve in a little bit, in like a couple of streams, so that'll be really fun. I can't guarantee that it'll be ready for the next stream, but it should hopefully be here for the next stream after this. Hopefully. I can't guarantee it, but hopefully. And then I'll be able to have a hopefully better audio quality. So that'll be fun. But with that said, I do hope y'all are doing well, and I'm really, really hoping that you all enjoy the stream. I think it'll be really fun. I've been really enjoying the story. Even though I'm missing certain elements of it, the story in these events are very interesting to me because I've not really... The story in this game is probably the only thing that's kept me continuously coming back. I find a decent number of the outfits to be a little much for me, but... Yeah. I find a good chunk of this to be a really interesting bit, and I think what I'm gonna do is when I finish with the story element, I'll probably take a week to finish Subnautica, maybe play another game. So I don't think next stream will be more Girls Frontline, but I'll probably take that week so that I can go do some other games, kind of give myself a small break, and then we'll come back, hopefully finish off that last bit, and then we'll be ready to go. Let me move on over. And yeah, I'm very excited for it. I think it'll be really good. Yeah, that will be the plan. I do find it kind of fun to do stuff. Also, I want to test something real quick. Let me just see if this works. Actually, no, I won't do that test. There was a thing I wanted to try to test, but I'm not certain that it would work, so I'll just not. It was some feature that Twitch was talking about for, I think if I said like Twitch, clip that, or something like that, then it would clip it. But I don't know if it actually works. But yeah. With everything, we now have these. This ends the 12th next month. Okay. I should definitely have enough for doing that. Oh, right. There's the soiree thing. What is this? Oh. Okay, so that's a music piece. Okay. I am probably gonna end up doing that event as well, though I don't know how long it would take. But yeah, For now, we're gonna go over to the crew deck. We're gonna do the dailies. Once the dailies are done, we'll be getting ready for the story. And yeah, I'm very excited about that. Yeah, I think it's been one of those really interesting parts of playing this, is being able to identify, just figure out some of the story. I think it's cool. Yeah, I hope y'all are doing well. I am thinking of a couple of games that I'd want. Like, what kind of games you gonna want me to maybe watch or
欢迎回
play?
来，指挥官。
Not watch.
要先来
Play.
一杯咖啡热身吗？
Okay, we got that one. Yeah, I'm gonna hold off on doing the soiree. I kind of started it without realizing that if I entered the thing, it would start. So there's kind of a bit of like original cutscene that unfortunately isn't going to be seeable by you guys. Unfortunately, there's just not much I can do, considering I didn't realize it was going to occur. Okay, so this is an unknown dish, and then we'll add... you know, we'll just do these two. We'll do freaking chicken and beets, and we'll see what I make. We'll use Springfield. Yeah. Alright. Hey, yeah. The other thing we're gonna do is we're just gonna try to push a bit further, try to get a lot of the other stuff done. That is the primary thing for today. Just see what I can get done for the story. Ooh, it's like chicken rolls. Cool. Purple sweet potato rolls. Interesting. Right, will improve physical boost. Okay. So, wait, does that count as a... Oh, and the crew deck's leveled up a bit, which is nice. Unfortunately, I don't think that'll do the thing I want it to do, so I might have to run through again.
指挥官，
Right. We're once again making the exact same, what is that, chrysanthemum tea? Alright. Yay. I do believe I've asked all the questions, so... Alright, yeah, I've asked all the questions, so we'll just skip the question part. Yeah. I really do wish that I didn't have to exit to see whether or not I had the food thing. Oh, I think that gray means I do not. Okay, so I don't currently have a food boost. Alright. And I need to manage the flour. Fertilize. Oh, I can invite dolls now. We'll do that maybe next time. Yep. I think it'll be really cool to end up seeing how that ends up going. I do need to do another thing for the food, but once that's done, we will be ready. I'm excited. All right. Let's see what we got. Delicious cuisine. We're going to do... Attack is increased. The potatoes and... what would that be? Potatoes en gratin? Or au gratin? Potatoes en gratin? Or something like that? I don't know what AU would necessarily make for sound. Especially not knowing the language of origin.
好香！
Hurry up and try it. See. Yellow. Alright. Yeah. Like a trustworthy skill. Good. Alright. And yeah, we're doing pretty good. I'm very excited. Alright. So we got that. I do think I want to do one other thing, which I just want to try because I can't remember. Can't remember something. I have 5, I believe. Yeah, I think I have 5. What are they called? I'm forgetting the names of things. Right, that's what it is. I have 5. What's the renewal wardrobe? Okay, so I can actually check what the outfits are. Yeah. Okay, so this one, there's Prancing Bunny. Because I have the vouchers for different outfits, but I don't remember. Yeah, I don't remember what any of the outfits are, so I'm just gonna quickly go through, see if I can't figure out which ones I might actually care to grab. We'll just run through the outfits. That character has no outfits. Alright, you know, we'll do this later. Do that later. Leave. Yes. Alright. Yeah. I do need to figure out which outfits I want to use the vouchers for, because I have 5 vouchers. And I'm not really positive on the characters I want to use them for yet. But we're gonna go do the missions, confirm the loop. The loop. Alright, yeah. As the fights are done automatically, I did want to say I've found some really cool I'm watching some really interesting anime recently. Found some of them pretty interesting. Yeah, I think I just finished today the what is it? I think it's like the klutzy class monitor and the girl with the short skirt. I think it is. Oh, it was a rather interesting one. Very basic romance, but I found it quite nice. It was very funny. Like, everything that occurs, you can completely see why it would occur. And I think the only part that I don't like necessarily is just a matter of some of the characters simply doing certain actions that only make sense because of, I wouldn't necessarily say a contrived reason, but it's definitely a, wait, what? That was, uh-oh. My people are probably not very good at, no. Yeah, I'm gonna lose that fight pretty instantly. That's unfortunate. Alright, yeah. When one of my heavy hitters does no damage, I know I am really not in a good place. Wow, and there goes Lynn. There goes my heavy hitter. Yeah, they are way overpowered. There goes Klukai. Oh, man, that was not a good fight for me. I'm surprised that they seemingly were invincible during that first round. That surprised me. I would have expected at least some semblance of attack to be able to be done on that first round. Well, there goes my team. That one was really bad. That was really bad. Sometimes people choose to leave their fighting force rather weak, but that time they were very, very strong, which is a bit unfortunate, but what can I do? I probably wouldn't have been able to do any better if they had any sort of defense, so I kind of hope I don't have the same effect as last time, but okay. They're at least woundable. Well, my Klukai is dead. That's unfortunate. And it's really laggy, unfortunately. Oh, look. We got a very similar team to my own. Lynn. Okay, good. We eliminated 2. But we still have a Nemesis and a Klukai. Oh, and there goes 3 of my guys. Everybody died through Klukai. That's really unfortunate. Okay, that's really unfortunate. Well, hopefully things will go a little bit better. But yeah. Alright. Hopefully this third one goes a bit better than that previous match did. Because that was a bit unfortunate, just being absolutely bodied that way. Oh. Is the fight replaying? This is very similar to that first round. Is the fight? Is this a replay of the fight? Klukai is gonna. Yeah, I think this is a replay of the fight. Odd. I don't know why I would replay the fight like that. I have to assume they did, though, because I mean, maybe it didn't. Maybe I just had a real hard time there. Yeah. I do hope everyone's doing well, though. Yeah. Those were some pretty bad fights. I might have been able to do better if I had positioned my characters myself, because I always very forward push Lynn to wipe out anybody on the right side of the screen. So I might have been able to do a little bit better if Lynn and Klukai were sort of switched in position, but it is a bit unfortunate when the game kind of does that. Alright, let's see. What do we get? How many enemies? 5 enemies at once. Alright. This looks like a really weak round, I'll be honest. Granted, Lind is fully upgraded. Not her gun, of course, but herself is fully upgraded, so I'm a bit surprised. Boom. Alright. And there goes all the enemies. Yay! Oh, apparently we've got still 2 enemies alive. I don't really know why the guy would walk that close to friendly or enemy unit. Or why the guys decided to do that. That's an odd move choice. Yeah. Alright, I'm just looking forward to playing the missions. And completing the story. I'm trying to remember where we left off, which is always the fun part, is remembering where the end of the story actually was. Because I almost never remember where we end up on these stories, so. Alright, let's see what we got. Good. Okay. Alright. So, given this, we're gonna run voyage logs on actions en route. I unfortunately did not complete any of the combat exercise victories, so we're a little down on points today. And we'll do this, go to the event. Oh, my bad. I meant to go to the event. I believe there should be an Arknight log. Good. Claim all. Up to 11. So, we're gonna go collapse pieces. And let's see, what is the maximum on the Arknights? Looks like the same as the other one. Okay. And now what we are going to do is we are going to run to the limited time event. So this is 17 days, 19 hours. We got about 2 weeks to finish this. A little over 2 weeks. Okay, so that is a soiree bit for the first half. Okay. Yeah, what we're gonna do is we are going to complete the story. So we are on this one story. Alright. So we'll see what we can do. We'll finish the story and then we'll see where we can go from there. Alright. Yeah. The cell's doors are completely opened and Vasily and I regain our freedom. Vasily almost stumbles as he steps out of his cell due to how long he's been shackled. Right. Seriously? Laura Lee sees this and approaches me with a smile. I feel her breath on my shoulder. Commander, do you need a hand? Not that weak. So she can be polite, huh? Is this a jailbreak? Yes, it is, Maylord. No. Nah. For them, yes. Huh? Am I not a criminal then? For you, this would be unskilled work that counts as overtime. I'll pay you triple for this time. Please don't count me in then. Please, count me in then. Not please don't, please. We arrive at the interrogation room. We'll be able to see the remaining cells on the other side once we pass this point. A single guard sits outside the interrogation room. He reacts with surprise at the sight of Vasily and Dr. White approaching together before he nods and makes way for the two. Vasily pauses before the door. What is it? It's nothing. I just wanted to remind you to check your PPE again. Relax. I'm more familiar with this stuff than you are. Vasily scans us, making sure that we're properly equipped. He stands before the door, and the look in his eyes as he turns around is unspeakably painful. Must you really look? Cooperation is based off of mutual trust. Commander has revealed their situation to you without reservation. Are you still going to hold things back? With what we know now, we still can't quite grasp what George is really doing. Alright then. Vasily keys in the password and opens the door. Behind the door is a scene that can only be described as hellish. Without a doubt, everyone detained here is suffering from Elid. They're confined in small pens and kept alive with automatic feeders. Many of the people there are almost completely covered in collapsed crystals. Oh! Get back, Mei Ling. I instinctively reach out to shield Mei Ling's eyes. Lorelei, take care of Mei Ling for me. What are you planning? Come back. But if you go in there now, the odds of these people surviving will only decrease. Only decreases. We can only truly save them by stopping George. Vasily quickly closes the door to hell. Things quiet down again, and the ghastly sight from a moment ago disappear like a bad dream. We all wisely remain silent, still recovering from what we just witnessed. The air remains stiff until I speak up. Vasily, what is all of this? The Elid-infected people you mentioned before were all locked up here? I think back to what he said previously. Are they being treated here? George would never be so kind-hearted. So this is why George has little care for vaccines, but still accepts various infected in Mokosh. Just what is he planning? It's easy enough. Processed collapsed crystals are valuable goods, and that's what he's after. Oh. Wow. George is thinking of using these people as an exhaustible source of collapsed crystals. There wouldn't be so many people who risk their lives to have late-stage Elid infected in the yellow zone if they weren't so valuable. As far as I know, however, those are rare cases. Most subjects expire far before. Yes, I've said the same before, but he cares a little for it. He thinks that with enough numbers, they'll get the results he wants. Many who are infected willingly put their remains on the line and deals with the various organizations in exchange for their family's safety. If you ask me, this is all meaningless. The processing cost of these crystals is far greater than the value they provide. I've warned him over and over again that with the current R&D and manpower in the Yellow Zone, proper collapsed crystal production is nothing more than a dream. What he's doing here is pure cruelty and little else. Evidently, the unthinkable has become reality at this point. George's reasoning was this: any lucrative business comes with great risks and cost. At the same time, people in the yellow zones are no cost at all. Yellow zones have no lack of people. No lack of people. I struggle to assemble a proper sentence in my anger. I draw deep breaths and try to settle my emotions. Lorelei takes my hand in hers, trying to comfort me how she can. She is clearly the most inhuman thing in all the yellow zones. I don't care what George thinks, but those are people in there. There's someone's children, parents, friends.
父母和朋
not
友，
merchandise
而
or
不是
guinea
商品
pigs.
和实验耗材。他最近接受了
He
我的一项
recently
提议，
accepted a proposal of
用我
mine
最
to
出色
improve
的
the
设计
conditions of the
来改
people
善这些人的待遇。
using my designs.
我想，
Though the
之前高昂的研究成本
expenses
和
of
摊台结晶
research
的
and
处理
crystal
成本已
processing
经令他有些疲
would
惫
have
了。
tired him out already, but this whole
虽然我也
business
觉
has
得很奇
been
怪，
so strange with
以
his
他的个性，早就应该
disposition.
放弃
He
才
should
是。
have given up long ago.
而且，
I think he's discovered your
我想他可能
identity.
已
I
经
think he
发现了你的
discovered your
身份，
identity early on
所
too.
以
The
甚至
idea to
萌生
sell
了拿
you
你
off
换
for
钱的想
money
法。
must have sprung up in his head.
他还真不放
He
过
really
任何
doesn't
一个赚
abandon
钱的机
any
会啊！
opportunity to make money, huh? A solely private-driven man like George may be ruthless, but he wouldn't invest in something with no returns. Who is prompting him to gather the infected together? Does he have goals we're not aware of? An idea suddenly comes to
对了
mind.
瓦希尔，
That's right, Vasily.
药厂里生产的药
What
究
exactly
竟
is
是什
being
么？
produced in his pharmaceutical
不是疫苗。
factory? It's
虽
similar
然作
to
用好像俄狄
Ergris,
斯，但却又好
but
像
it
不是。
isn't quite the same thing.
你觉得那药
Do you think
和
they're
摊台结
tied
晶
to
有
the
关吗？
crystals?
毕竟
He seems
他似乎
pretty
很想发掘
adamant
这份
from
秘
keeping
密。
it a secret, after all. Vasily shakes his head. I don't
我
know.
不清楚。
Those meds are being used as a
那
special
份药目
supply of
前
Idris.
就是被当
But
做特
George
供的俄
found
狄
out
斯来进
before
行
I
使用
could
的。
get to the bottom of it.
在我查清
I
这
had
件
no
事
more
之前，
freedom of
就被
movement
乔治
after
发现
that.
了。有很多人
Many people chose to follow me because they
因为相
believed
信
in me.
我，
In the
选
end,
择了追随我。
Vasily turns toward that door again. His voice trembles.
我告诉过你了，
That's why I told you, those who enter the
进入这所
prison
监狱的
never
人
leave.
没有人，所以我已经不能
I
再失
can't
败
fail
了。
again, Captain Tundract. It's
我并
not
不
that
是
I
不
don't
想
want
反
to
抗，
fight back,
我也不
and
是不想
it's
接受你的
not
合
that I
作
don't
要
want
求。
to accept your support.
我愿意用
I
我的
would give
生
my
命去
life
打
to
完
see
这
this
场仗，
battle won,
但我
but I
不
can't
能
let those who
再让
believe
你
in
去相
me.
信，这就是你心甘情
Is
愿待
that
在
why
地下
you're
监狱
willing
的
to let
原因
yourself
吗？
rot away in here?
你们达成的合约，
What was the cost
代价
of the
究竟是什么？
agreement you came to? He remained silent.
乔治以默克
George
视作
held
为人
Mocha
质，
hostage,
让你
preventing
永远
you
无法
from
回
ever
到城市
returning to
中
the。city, even if you
哪
had
怕
the
你有
key.
钥匙，你在地下
You
继
continue
续
to
完
work
成
in
了
the
城市
city's
基建的设计，
on the city's
只是因
infrastructure
为你希望
underground
这里的人
for the
能
sake of
生
the
活得
people
好
who
一
live
些。
here. George
乔
knows
治
that
就是
all
明
too
白这一
well.
点，
That's why he left
所
you
以才
there,
肆无忌惮地留
humiliated
着你
you,
羞辱
and
你，
even continued to
甚至
take
还能继续
advantage
利
of
用
you.
你。
That's why Mokesh's sewers handle so many of the city's necessary functions. It's because Mokesh's best engineer will never be able to see the sun.
我从不觉得我这
And
样
I've
做是
never
错的。
doubted that what I did was right.
你总是在背负
You
其他人
always
的
have
信
the
任，
trust of other people on your
要不要
shoulders.
考虑也信
Why
任
don't
其
you
他人
try
一次？
trusting someone else for once? Vasily intuits my meaning. He mulls it over, and he eventually gives me a slightly strange
我
smile.
不能再输了，
I can't lose again.
我有必胜的方法。
I know how we can manage how we can guarantee victory. Jeez.
我可以提供
Commander,
的不
I
只
can
是情报
provide
支
more
援
than
哦，
just intel,
指
you
挥
know.
官。
从我调查的结
From
果
what
来
I've
看，
learned in my
至
investigations,
少
taking
拿下
over
默克时
Mocha
是没问题
should
的
be。no problem. All the pieces start falling together, all the problems seem to straighten themselves out. The scent of danger floats in the air. I felt this sensation many times before. I may not get away from this in one piece, but I will never doubt my reason to fight. I will not allow those regrets to become a thorn that pricks my heart whenever something like this happens again. I turn to Lorelei. She must have made preparations before we even met. She notices my gaze, and she cheekily flutters her eyelids at me as a tease. This is no longer just a jailbreak, is it?
好吧，
All right, then let me
就
try
让我
this
再试一次吧。
one more time.
那接下来
Time for you
就
to
到
do
了
your
你
thing.
发挥作用的时候。
Oh wow, that was a bit of a shorter story this time. This one will have combat. Good thing I thrive on combat. Alright, we're gonna beat the out of George's men. I did get a few different characters during the story not quite right, but they weren't too terribly far off. Although there are quite a lot of details which are
虽然很粗
rather
糙，
bad.
但我想
This
对
is
抗乔治
rather
足够了。
rough, but it should be enough to deal
剩
with
下的
George.
恐怕要联络到其他
We'll
人
just
之
have
后
to
再随机应
advise the
变。
rest once we manage to contact the others.
我没意见。
No objections. Hey, he looks well now, or better.
我听从您的一切命
I'm
令。
entirely at your
我这
command.
边能提供的
The
火力
support
支
fire I
援
can call
随时
in
待
will
命。
be on standby. I put two and two together, thinking back to the heavy pack she brought into the car.
我也只是一个
I'm just
被
some
卷入动
engineer
乱
that
的
got
工程
dragged
师
into。all this chaos. You kinda started this. Kind of. Hey.
我
Mei Ling's expression appears conflicted.
怎么了，美丽
What？is it, Mei Ling?
我想和
Commander?
指挥官
Could I speak to you in private? Made up your
你
mind,
下定
have
决
you?
心了吗？ 那我先去看看控
I'll
制器
go
的情
check
况。
up on the controllers then. Vasily and Dr. White begin to tend to their own affairs, but Lorelei remains
罗
still.
雷莱，
Lorelei,
看到美玲小
I'm
姐得
going
到
to
您的
demand
偏爱，
more of you
我
too
也
if
想
you're
对
going
您撒
to
撒娇
favor
呢。
Miss Mei Ling like this.
这可不像你会说的
It
话。
isn't like you to say something like that. Lorelei's expression suddenly changes as the terminal begins to ring, but still flashes me her signature smile before she makes her exit.
那我就为您警戒四
I'll
周
watch the
吧，
surroundings then.
请
I'll
您
you
放
talk
心
with
与
Miss
美
Mei
玲小
Ling
姐
in
谈话。
peace.
不过，
However, I'll be
之后
asking
可
for
要
some
补偿
compensation
我。
later, okay? Mei Ling begins to put together her words as Lorelei walks off into the distance.
指挥官，
Commander,
别担心，美丽。
don't worry, Mei Ling.
怎么可能不担
How am I
心？
supposed to not
你
worry?
们要做的事
All
情
of
太
this
危
is so
险了。
dangerous.
万一情况有变，
If something
你
unexpected
就会能为老先
happens,
生
you can go
一起回师
straight
一
back
举。
to the 11th Bureau
有这个
with
身
the
份，
old
动
gentleman.
乱不会波及
You
你。
won't be touched by the terminal that way. The turmoil that way.
我想，
No matter
乔
who
治靠山再
George
大，
has behind
也
him,
不敢直接
the
和十
Bureau
一局
isn't
作对。
something he can treat lightly.
我在担心的不是这个问题。
That's not what I'm worried about. She becomes visibly unhappy, as if I've missed the point entirely. Her new expression starts to clue me in on what she's thinking.
你在因为之前的事情
Are you
而
upset
和
at
我生
me
气吗？
because of what happened before?
你不是人形，
You're not a doll,
你是人类。
you're inhuman. In
而
fact,
且 已
you're a
经是
good,
一名优秀
proper engineer
足以
at
独
that.
当一面的工程师了。
I can't help but think back to Mei Ling when she was younger. I reach out with a hand and stroke Mei Ling's hair like I used to. Come to think of it, it's been quite a few years since I last did that. I think I stopped doing it because the dolls would think that I was treating Mei Ling like a kid even though she had already grown up. Mei Ling seems a little unsure what to do as she flushes red and shuts her eyes.
那个，指挥官，
Commander,
我
that's
不是这个意
not
思。
what I meant. She grabs my hand and stops me. Commander, I'm just a bit upset. I can't help
是
but
有些
feel
生气了，
that if I
指
don't
挥
get this
官。
out before the operation goes ahead, I might really regret it.
总觉得，如果不把这件事说出来就参加作战，可能会造成无法挽回的结果。
Alright. She looks off into the distance at Lorelei, and she only starts to speak when she is sure no one is within earshot.
明明之前还让我选
What，happened to
不是
leaving
吗？
the decision up to me?
什么？
What?
指挥官。
What do you
为什么
mean?
又说
Should
让我
I
白怀德先
go?
生回十
I
一级
should
这种
go
话？
straight back to the 11th Bureau.
明明
You
明
said
明
it
之前
yourself.
说过，
You said you would
你
respect
会
my
尊重我的
decision,
想
right?
法，让我来决定，不是吗？刚才也是，
And just
作战计
now,
划里完全
too,
没有考虑我，
you didn't
只想着让
consider
我
me
尽
at
快
all
撤
in the
离。
combat planning, and you only told me to retreat.
难道对于指挥官来说，
Am I
我只
just a
是一个
burden to you,
负担？
Commander? Even if I
就
just
算我离开
disappeared
后，
one day,
指挥
would
官
you
就完
just,
全不会。
那你的作战能力，
you know,
你自己又不是不清
how your
楚。
combat capabilities are?
指挥
Commander!
我的意思是，
What I mean is that I only want you to be safe.
我希望你平安。
But
听我说，美
listen to
丽，
me, Mei-Ling.
我们之间
Please
有误
don't
会。
misunderstand. Eh?
我从来没有一刻
I've
想要
never
赶你
wanted
走
to。drive you away, ever.
我知道你的事
I
情，
know your
你的
situation.
家乡，
Don't you want to go home and
你
have
不
a
想回
look?
去看看吗？如果你愿意留下，
I'd be
我当然
happy
开
if
心
you。wish to stay, of course.
但是，
But it's more
我更
important
想
that
要
you
的
make
是
the decision without my
你完全
input.
出于自我的考虑，不是为谁而留下，
It's not about
也不是为
leaving.
谁而离开。
It's not about leaving or
你自
staying
己
for
想要什
someone.
么，
You need to make a decision based on what you want.
你必须自己做出选择。
是
Commander,
指挥官突然之
What's
间
with
怎
you
么
all of a sudden?
突然之间只顾着自己
Am I
说，
suddenly rambling
没给
and
你留说
leaving
话
you
的
with
余
no
地。
space to speak?
确实
Yes,
是这样？
you're definitely doing that.
你想听的不是这样的话吗？
Was that not what you wanted to
我以为
hear?
这是你想要的。
Oh, this is interesting part of the story.
还是说，
Or
你
did you
想
want
要
me
的
to
是我
handcuff
不管用
you
捆的还
to
是
the
绑
bed
的，
to stop
都
you
非要
from
你留
leaving
下
or
来？
something? Yeah,
我
that's
听说
popular
这种
amongst
情
young
况
girls
在你们
these
年轻女
days.
孩里很流
You're not
行，
part of that crowd,
是
are
这样
you?
吗？
What? The fuck? Okay then. Not what I would have expected out of the commander, but alright.
我没有想要指挥官说这种话。
That's not what I wanted the commander to say, and I never thought those kinds of things either.
至于你刚才说的，
I will admit,
让你先撤离，
asking you to retreat
我承
first
认，
is a
这
little
是我的私心。
selfish desire
我
of
希望
mine.
自己重要的家
I
人
want my
平安。
my
希望你受到
most
任何的
important
伤害。
family to be safe, and don't want you to be harmed. God, this story is always hard for me to read. Okay. Eh?
能说的，我已
That's
经
all I
全部都
wanted to
说了。
say, Mei-Ling. The upcoming decision is yours.
接下来的选择，
I look at Mei-Ling sincerely and take the chance to also tidy up her ruffled hair. She finally looks up at me as if she's come to a resolution. A piercing ringing fills the air, and I look in Laurel's direction for answers. She throws me an inquisitive look in return, unlike the time in prison. Her intimacy carries a sense of distance with it once she drops her character. I couldn't hope to guess at what she's actually thinking. There appears to be something deeper, something I cannot touch, hidden behind her affection. Perhaps the chance just hasn't presented itself yet. I gesture for her to tell me about the
美
situation.
玲，
Mei-Ling,
紧急情况，
there's an
现在
emergency.
没时间听你说了。
This will have to wait for
下
next
次吧。
time. I knew
我
it.
就知道。
Lauralee returns to my side. There's a new terminal in her hand that I don't recognize.
是地下监狱的专线，应该
It's
是
the
乔治或者西。
prison's dedicated line. Should be George or Thea on the other side.
要我替您处理一下
Should I
吗？
take care of it for you?
我很
I'm rather
擅长
good
处
at
理麻
handling
烦
these situations. Lauralee would often take her leave to take care of such calls during the last few days here. I have no reason to doubt her abilities in handling them.
这次就不用了。
There's no need this time.
您的意思是
You mean to say,
接通通讯吧。
put it through.
让我来和他
I'll
说。
speak to him.
啊，
My
抱歉，
apologies. The guard
看守可能正
seemed
忙呢。
a little
你们要
occupied.
不要等等？
Would you mind waiting for a while?
你说什么？
What did you say?
怎么了？这么
Now,
大火
now.
气？
No need to get
本
so
来外人是
angry.
不允许进入地下监狱的。啊，
Outsiders not typically
下水道
allowed
也不
in
行。
sewers
但
as a
因为你
whole,
们要
much
寻找我
less
重要的
prison.
朋友，
I only
才
agreed
特
to
地帮
contact
你们
the
连连
guard
看守
since it was a special occasion and you were looking for my good friend.
你打算装到什
How
么
long
时
are
候？
you going to keep the act up for? They went to great lengths to find George and get close to the prison. But now they're unable to enter the prison while George plays dumb.
嗯，
你们把他关到地下
You
监狱
locked
了。
him up in your underground prison.
Maybe I'll
There's no
email
need to hide it.
我
Me?
关的吗？
How
怎么
could
可
I?
能呢？
I'm the man who
我最
loves
喜欢
good
做生
business.
意
Why would I
了，
lock
怎
up
么会将我最好的
lock
合
my
作
good
伙伴、最
friend
好的
and
朋友
business
关进
partner
地
in
下监
jail?
狱呢？听到番茄大王在
I
考察
was
时
most
遭遇险
distraught
些
when I
失踪，我
heard
真
that
的非常
the
难过。
Tomato
我会
Emperor
全力配合
had
你们
been
搜
the
寻，
victim
但
of robbery
真
and
的
gone
不是我。
missing. I will assist you in your search,
被你
but I
们这
must
样诬
insist
陷
that it was
就
not
算是
you.
我
Even I am
也
bound
是
to get
很难
upset
过
when
的。
such accusations are levied, you know.
别以为没人知道怎
Don't
么回
think
事。
that everyone else is blind to the
少在这给我演
truth.
戏
Drop
了
the act. Rosa has never looked so angry before.
沃尔利德，
Hold it. Assist
协
me
助
in
我作战。
combat.
交给我吧。
Leave it to me. Oh, this is gonna be fun. It appears the combat we're assisting in is either showing our strength to the guy who keeps playing dumb, or beating the shit out of the guy who keeps playing dumb. Either way, I am very much pleased at that outcome. I like that outcome. May the one who plays dumb die. May the one who plays dumb die. Lind, move upward in the action.
有话快说。
Use your thing to hit. I can hit at least 3 of them. Alright.
我先死了，
Boom.
永远的消失。
I don't think that'll hit, so I will just not, and I will end my action here.
交易。
Nemesis. I will make sure that you kill that dude.
根特不是灵体，
Fire the gun. Lukai, you will use your ability to disarm. Oh, okay, that's not exactly what I expected, but sure. Dololo. Oh shit, there was a guy left. I didn't notice him. Lind, move this way. Use your action to... That would only take out the 1. How about here? That takes out 3, leaves 3 to be removed. Will do.
麻烦死我！
Alright. You defend and action.
交易。
Nemesis. Please eliminate this dude.
哼，
Fire.
正常水平罢了。
Lukai. Eliminate these 2, shall we?
这是我来得及。
Let their
正常水平罢
lives
了。
be not worth more than a
沃尔利德
penny.
爆破准备怎
Hold
么
it.
样了？
How are the demolition preparations going?
随时可以启动。
Ready to go whenever.
你还想干什么？
What are you trying to do this time?
你是想在这里和你的
Do
破
you
军
want
一起
to
炸
hand
成
him
碎
over
片？
or end up in
还是想赶
pieces
紧把
like
他
the
交
little
出来？
prison? I'll give you
3秒
3
钟的时间
seconds
做
to
出选择。
decide.
哎，别冲
Oh,
动嘛。
come now. Despite his words, Joe doesn't look pressed in the slightest. He puts through another call. Surprisingly, finds someone familiar on the other end.
嗨，乔治，
Hi, George.
火力充足，这可是我最多的优点。
I imagine he's not too pleased with that. Hello. Fuck. Hello, George. That's your prisoner. How you doing? Fuck.
嗨，乔治，
Hi, George. Find that hysterical.
嗨，
Hello, my
我
most
最珍贵的
treasured
好友，
friend.
好久不
It's
见
been so long.
啊，好
Oh,
奇怪啊！
you weren't
你
off
不是去
serving
考察默克
Mokish.
什的情况
How
吗？
did you end up
怎
in
么考察
prison?
到地下监狱去了呀？
Uh,
那可不是什么好
that's
地
no
方。
place for anyone to be.
啊，你说这个呀？
Speaking of that, it's rather
我
strange
也觉得很
too.
奇怪。
I was
那
hauled
天
off
突然就
to
被一
this
群人
place
抓
all
来
of
这
a
里
sudden
了。
that day.
不过
Although,
既然
couldn't
是
you
莫科
find
什的
it
监
in
狱，
yourself to come
你
pick
要不要
me
来
up?
接我？
since I'm still in Mokush, that might be a little difficult. The subterranean systems in Mokush are very complex, and you might not know this, but there's a dictator hiding down there. His name is Vasily Putin. He claimed the underground is his domain. Even I can't step foot there easily. Do you see a madman while you were in prison, all dirty and filthy? You should be a bit more careful. Commander, don't believe what he's saying.
闪电，
Rosa, it's me. Ulrich's here too. The others... Oh, sorry. There's only so much time we can use this line. Please spare some time for me and my friend.
怎么，把我丢
First you
进
throw
监
me
狱，
into
还把
jail,
我
and
的
now
家人
you've
全扣
detained
在了
my
莫克什
family.？
你这
That's
事情做
hardly what a good
可不像是
business
合作
partner
伙伴的样
does.
子。
Family, hold on. I must have misheard. What did they just call you? Was that Commander? His tone only becomes more exaggerated as he puts a hand over his mouth. What a familiar title. Wait, there's that one internationally wanted criminal who's referred to in a similar way.
他们怎么叫我是他们的自由。
They can call me whatever they like. People say that I put on acts too often, but I'm afraid that you have been beat. This family of yours has been full of dolls this entire time, right?
啊？
What did you
说什么
say?
我被骗了吗？
Wait, am I being
这
tricked?
一定是阴谋。
This must be a conspiracy. Don't act surprised. Did you really think that I hadn't found out? It's a two-way street, you know. I found quite a few of your secrets while you were investigating me. The prison is a perfectly fitting place for you. That works out perfectly. Rosa's audibly upset, her rolling emotions obvious even through the screen. If you don't give the commander back to me, even if I have to take you down with me.
闪电，不要冲动。
Rosa, don't be rash. You hear that, Commander? That grease liquor of yours wants to take me down with it. That has to be the funniest thing I've ever heard. It's nothing but a doll, a human-made product dedicated to betterment of human lives. It's something that has no understanding of death. And it dares to say something like that with a straight face. Does it think it's some kind of poet?
闭嘴！
Shut up! I can't find the words. The man in front of me doesn't have the emotional capacity to understand what I'm about to say. See, you have nothing to say. What I saw on the ground comes to mind. George is human if he knows the value of life, yet treats such little respect due to his
我
arrogance.
不想和你这种
I have
人
no
讨论这
desire
件
to
事。
discuss these matters with
毫无意义。
someone like you.
他们远比你了解
They
人的价值
understand the value and dignity of a person far more than you,
以及尊严
whether
的
in
价值。
death or in life. What a shame, then.
就像你知道我的事情，
Just like you know about
我们都
me,
很清楚
we。also know what you have
在
done
莫克什
in
做了什么。
Mokesh.
在地下藏了
Having
这
the
么多秘
courage to imprison me here
你
after
还敢
hiding
把
so
我
much
关
on
进
the ground is
是
applaudable.
勇气可嘉。
Oh, you must have met Vasily then. My friend, you mustn't believe his words. As I said before, he is a dictator who thinks only of himself. I cannot sacrifice the interests of Mokesh to make his dreams a reality. His words might have shaken me if I hadn't seen the truth for myself.
我自己会分辨。
I have my own
就不浪费心。
perspective. You can spare your words. Consorting with such lowly rabble will do you no good, Commander. Honestly, if this doesn't end with him with a bullet in his head, I'd be rather disappointed. That or him locked up in that sorry jail of his. Either one would fit him well. Although him executed sounds much more fitting of his actions.
不如再考虑一下。
How about you consider our deal again? If you were willing to hand over the power plant to our doll community, I might be willing to welcome you back into the fold as my friend.
成为我的朋友。
I'm sorry, sir, but at the current moment, I believe our plan is to either end with you dead or in prison.
哦，不过
However,
还是需要拿你去
I
换
have
取
to
一些
exchange you for your bounty as well. I think a certain man would be rather happy.
高兴的。
Ah, yes. All right.
你知道我第三讨厌的
You
事
know
情
what
是什
I
么？
hate the third most? Do you know what I hate the third most?
目前还不清楚。
No,
不
but
过
I'd be happy to
我愿
learn.
意了解。
那就是被别人威胁。
Being threatened.
你知道我经历过
Do
多
you
少
have any idea
次
how many times I've
比
been
你的威
threatened
胁还要严重
by
几百倍的威
things
胁？
many magnitudes greater than you?
看来你是不打算和
Looks like the
我
deal
合
is
作
off then. You will miss
我也
having
是
me
我
as
是
your
个朋
friend.
友。
朋友，
Friend?
你也
You?
配？好好享受你在莫
Enjoy
克
your
市最
last
后的
3
3
days
天
in
吧。
Mokish. This
毕
place won't be
竟
used for much
这地方
longer.
很快就不属
Not that
于
it
你
ever was in the first place.
偷来的东西。
What was
总是要
stolen must
还
be
的。
returned. This is the first time George's face brims with anger, in stark contrast to his usual comical demeanor. His passion and approachability are nothing but lies. I finally see the heartless glint in his eyes.
闪电，沃利德，
Rosa, Ulrid,
我在，
I'm here, Commander.
我在这里。
Present.
坚持住，
Hold on.
我不会
I
让你
won't
们等我
keep you
太久。
waiting for too long.
谨遵指令，
Received.
放心吧。
You got it. Alrighty.
乔治先生，
Mr. George, Mr.
先生已
Plank
经下达
has
了指
already
令，
given his
在此之
orders.
前，
Until
我将保
then,
护
I
您的
will
安
keep
全。
you safe.
你不是快下班了？
Weren't you about to knock off?
因为是更上级的请求，
It was a request from
并且
someone higher up,
他为我
and
带来
he's
了额
paid
外
me
的加班
extra
费。
overtime. It's time. It's time to make sure that the enemies die. Who did I remove? I removed Blue Guy.
注意，
Time to make sure that the enemies die. Alright. Combat starts. It is time to make sure my enemies die. I see your impotence. Alright. Here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna come over here. We're gonna end the actions
有
here.
话快说。
And I'm gonna use this. I need to move down a bit. About here should do. To get everybody. Oh, I need to move. Ooh. I will not be able to get the guy in the back. That'll be fine. The Oathsworn Judge will be murdered. The Oathsworn will be dead.
消失！
There will be no objecting. The Oathsworn will be dead before the time comes.
萧逸，
The Oathsworn will
现在有一
die.
定成效了。
They will die a most horrid death. I'm afraid they will not return.
这一输还来得及。正常水平罢了。萧逸，
May the enemies of. May these people rot. I do like this. So the pool party was a disaster before it could even start the star of the show. Well, I'd forgotten about the party. Already gotten M 2000 as soon as her banner opened. Oof. That's unfortunate.
效力 逃不掉的。
Hey! So, how much does that instantly kills him? Perfect.
像幸福一样陨落吧。
Yeah. Unfortunately for me, I've not done particularly great with the pulls. I think I've done a few, but it's not ended up the best. Oh, I forgot to make sure that the Oathsworn Judge was dead. Oh well.
哦，
Lind, move to the bottom. Make sure that the auction is taken to make sure that all these three are dead.
麻烦死了。
I'm rather looking forward to finishing this off and seeing what is the fate that is going to befall George. I am definitely looking forward to see it.
任其死吧。
So managed to get M200 in the first 30 pulls, got a gun in the first 10 pulls, and when going for General Liu, Perita showed up in the first 60 pulls. Impressive. Yeah. I might try to do a decent number of pulls. Oh, I didn't realize there was another Oathsworn Vanguard. My bad. Yeah, I might do a couple of pulls after this. Maybe try to buy some of the tickets in the other areas, but
祈求降临。
the main goal for today's stream is going to be finishing the part 1 of the story. I'll try to do the part 2, maybe not next week, but the week after. Unfortunately, that'll be leaving me only 7 days to complete the full thing, so I might have to do some of it offline, or probably end up doing a stream on Wednesday if I want to do it, but I just want to at least have the next Tuesday stream not be this, and maybe try to finish Subnautica, since I did drop it for a bit. Blank hours later.
这里是闪电，听到
This is
请回答
Groza. Come in.
闪电队长，发生什么事情了？
What's going on, leader?
我们将在5分钟之内赶到。
We'll be there within 5 minutes. Just wait a little longer, Miss Groza.
这里集结了大量的
The
手具，
Oathsworn are
立刻通
gathered
知其他人
in
行。
great numbers here. Immediately inform the others.
我和乌尔利德正在和西亚交战，
Bullet and I
对
are
方应该也是人形，
are
现在
fighting
不确定。
Thea. The
实
enemy
力
is
远强于
almost
精英级
certainly
别
a
的军用
doll.
型，
She's
尚
of
且无法
unknown
确定她是否
Mongul,
是3代人
and her
形，务
performance
必注
is
意。
far greater than military-grade elite models. I can't confirm whether or not she's a third-generation doll. Be careful.
姐姐现在怎么样？
How are things looking, big sis?
再坚持10分钟，
Can
大概
hold
就是
out
极
for
限
10
了。
more minutes tops.
哦，
Oh,
那我要
I'll
尽
have
量
to
在
settle
5 分
this
钟内
within
解决
5
特效。
minutes then. Oh. Thea moves faster than Groza can evade. She appears in front of Groza and swiftly fires a laser that penetrates Groza's shoulder.
闪电，
Groza,
别过来！
stay away.
队长，
Leader, what happened? Groza doesn't bother evading. She grips Thea tightly with her other hand, so hard her fingers seek into the foe's frame, down to the knuckle as sparks filled the air.
毫无意义的挣扎
Meaningless struggle. Thea remains nonchalant, only showing signs of displeasure as the accessories on her clothing become casualties.
至少
At least I can remove things like you from the commander's
扫除你
way.
这样的麻烦。闪电，你要做
What
什
are
么
you？ doing, Groza? I can't help but worry as I hear such a sentence the moment I connect to command the battle.
闪电，立刻停
Groza,
止当前
stop
行
what you're
动，
doing immediately.
以保证自身
Your
安全
own
为第一目
safety
标。
first.
指挥官，
Commander, you're back.
你回来了吗？
Yes.
我现在
I'm
在洛克
currently
市
on
街
the
区，
street,
距离你们
about
大
a
约还有
minute
1分钟
out.
的路程。
No,
不
maybe less.
我知道你早就清楚了备
I
份，
know that you cleared your
但相信我，
backups long
我
ago.
不需要
Believe
你的
me,
牺牲。
I don't need your sacrifice. I didn't.
我没有。
接下来的战斗指挥由
I'm
我来
taking
接
over
管。
command,
闪电，
Groza. The battle is hardly progressing as planned. Ulrich and Groza are struggling to hold out against Thea. The Oathsworn encirclement remains a concern. Commander,
指挥官，
we're not going to be able to hang on for much longer.
指挥官
Commander, this is Scrolling.
我和索
Swumi and I are here.
很好。
Very good.
克罗利
Scrolling,
克、索
Swumi.
米
Focus on the
负责解决
Oathsworn
附
in
近的侍卫
close
军。
vicinity.
瓦
Ulrich,
利特、
Groza.
闪电，
There's
你们
a
的侧后
piece
方
of
有一
cover
处掩
behind
体，
you
可以
to
避
the
开侍卫
side.
军，
Avoid the
优先
Oathsworn
保
and
证自
ensure
身安
your
全，再想
safety
办法击
before
败西
trying
亚
to。take down Thea.
我们呢？
Us too, but the numbers.
别担心，
Don't
我
worry,
会通
we're
过无人
deploying
机
drone
进行轰炸，
strikes.
你们务
Move
必
as
按
I
照我
order
的
you
指示行动
to.。I turned to Lorelei after laying out the general plans I have for them.
罗雷来，
Lorelei,
弹药装填完毕，
munitions loaded.
就是现在。
Now. Someone give the order. Several drones loaded with rockets immediately depart from their area. Lorelei's well-made preparations have saved me a lot of time.
你能精准控制位置吗？
Can you control the location precisely?
闭着眼睛都能。
With my eyes closed.
闪电，沃里
Rosa,
特，
Ulrich.
3点钟
Cover
方
your
向的
3
掩体，
o'clock.
做
Prepare
好
to
射击准
fire.
备。
You have 30 seconds.
你们有30秒左右时间。
Our squad remains relatively small, but the battlefield has changed. More and more problems.
克罗利科和索米
Scrolling and
向
swimming.
12点钟方向
Move
移动，
in the 12 o'clock
那里的通
direction.
道
There's a
你们可以
passage
轻易
you
突
can
破。
take. You
进
can
去
use
后
to break
沿
through
着扶梯
there.
下去。
Take the stairs down after you enter. Yes.
明白。
Understood. Despite her unchanged expression, Thea's frequent laser blasts betray her dissatisfaction deep down. She fires away at every piece of cover nearby, unable to find her targets.
罗雷来，给他们点颜色
Lorelei,
看看吧。
give them something to remember. Exactly as promised, the drones release their payload at blinding speed. Plumes of fire blossom across the ground, swallowing Thea and the Oathsworn. The cries and yelps of the Oathsworn fill the air, but Thea moves deftly and avoids any major damage. I monitor the battle and look for Groza amidst the fire. A fine opportunity arrives as I spot her figure clearly.
闪电。
Groza,
来了，
I'm with you. Groza quickly finds a timing and fires off a burst at Thea.
就
That
凭
won't.
这个，
Thea is forced back finally at disadvantage after a lengthy battle, just as she finds an opportunity to turn the tide. A bullet strikes her from her blind spot, perfectly piercing her joints with incredible precision. I'm a little surprised. It seems like a good chunk of this battle, there might not actually be a dull battle with Thea. Usually at the end of all of these, there's at least a big battle, but it seems like there might not be for this one. Well, actually, no. This will probably end up being the battle. Usually they save any other description of the battle until after the mission. But, More reinforcements at that firing angle.
看来赶上了。
Looks like we made
罗雷
it.
来，
You won't
你这样违规
be
调用火力支援，
admonished
回
too
去不会
hard
被记过
later
吧？
for calling in fire support without approval, right?
可能不止。
Oh, I'll definitely have it rough.
如果处罚
Although
太重
maybe
的话，
I might just
我就
come
考虑
over
跳
to
槽到
the
爱默号
Elmo
吧
if。I can't take it anymore.
那你要提前适应一下爱默号的
You
工作
better
了。
get used to the work on the Elmo then.
罗雷来，这边，
Let's get down to
接下
business,
来
Lorelei.
就是我们要做的事了。
了解。
Understood.
刚刚对他造成伤害
That
的，
wasn't Groza's
并不是
shots
闪电
or
的
the
枪，
drones.
也不，难道说
Could it be
你也？
you can't let go of the commander either, can you? I almost forgot.
我差点
He
忘
did
了，
warn me.
他提醒过我的。
I really want this guy to either to end up either as a casualty or just completely imprisoned. That is my desire. As he really is just a pain in the ass. George doesn't appear worried at all by the sight of Thea's defeat. In fact, the smile on his face only grows more deranged.
不能对失败
I kind of
品有
place too
太
much
多的
hope in
指
failed
望。
products.
我很清楚这
I
一
know
点。
that better than anyone.
非常抱歉，
Apologies.
竟能如此。
This frame is at its limits.
请找
Please
上级
speak to
调度
my
客户。
supervisors if you'd like to proceed with a return.
不过，你
The
能争取到
time
时间
that you've made
已
should be
经
enough.
足够了。
George ignores his obvious frustration. A colossal machine in the shape of a great beast roars and it moves in George's direction. It is clear to see that the beast is not George's foe, rather, it's very possibly a pet of his. Ah, so this will be the boss fight. I see. It flaunts its staunch layers of armor, spiked defense systems, a mounted heavy cannon that contrasts with the rest of its visuals.
想不到这里还有这种重型机
Heavy
械，
machinery in a place like this?
是阿姆尼之桥。
Omni-shell.
我曾经设计并制
I
造了
designed and
它，
created it.
在很
It
长的一段
protected
时
this
间内，
place for a
它
long,
的确
long
为莫
time,
河市的居民
sheltering
抵御
its
着深海
people
与坍塌风暴，
from collapsed
保护着
storms
这
and
里。
elids. Asa has placed himself next to me at some point as he looked at the great machine along with
我
me.
记得你说过你在11局
I
时
remember you
就已经
saying
有
that
这
you
个构
had
想。
similar ideas when you were back at the 11th Bureau.
我想要它成为
I
保护
wanted
这
it
里
to
的
be a
堡垒，
fortress that sheltered this
坚不可摧
place,
的盾。
an impenetrable shield.
但现在，
But now, Vasily regards the jarring modifications on the machine with an indescribable expression. For him, this machine into which he poured his heart and soul feels familiar yet foreign. It once carried out his will, saving the residents of Mokish from the grasp of Elid and collapsed storms. But in George's hand, it has become an aggressor rather than a protector, stripping away those who depose him of their lives. Not even Vasily himself may know how to face and overcome it now.
哎呀，
Oh,
欢迎
welcome,
瓦夏
Vasily. You're still
你还活
alive.
着呀！
George's voice interrupts our discussion. He is much more animated than the frigid Vasily, just as he was when I first met him. The deep rumbling of Omni-Shell follows. It marches on us, brandishing its fangs and claws. Now, no longer a protector of anything.
好久不见，
Long time no
小智。
see, George.
你怎么还敢
Why
到
are
地
you
面
showing yourself above ground? Have you
我忘了
forgotten how
你
you
被我踩到
squirmed
肋
when I
骨时
crushed your
像条
ribs?
蛆虫一样扭动的样子了？我没兴趣听你
I have
说这
no
些没营养的
interest
玩笑，
in these
乔治。
trite jokes, George. I have no intention of dwelling on the past. This would be a really good time for a sniper to take him out.
这并不是我第一次打算干掉你。
This is not the first time that I've tried to take you out, but I guarantee you that this will be the last. What are
你
you
在说什么
saying?
呢？
You've never
你
succeeded,
从来没
have
成
you?
功过。一个三
A
流机
third-rate
械师，
mechanic flaunting your
凭着那
mediocre
点水
skills
准，在
brought
黄区耀
Monkish
武
wealth
扬
beyond
威。是谁
imagination.
给莫克
You
什
took
带
it
来了
from
慌乱的钱？
little more than a meager settlement
是
to a
谁让
thriving
莫克
trade
什
city.
从一个破
You
聚
tell
落变
me,
成贸易城
Vasily.
市？如果你听我的话，
If you would have
如
just
果你不干
listened,
涉我的生
if
意，
you would have just gotten out of my business's way,
我原本想让你这个废物
I would have
继
been
续
happy
风
to
光
let
地像
trash
你做梦
like
里
you
英
live
雄一
the
样的
rest
在
of your
莫克
days
什
in
过完
Mokus,
这一
still
生。
immersed in your hero's dream.
到底是谁在做梦？
Who's the one dreaming
你该不
here?
会现在
Are
还
you
在
still
打算
thinking about how you might
拉你
get
口
this
中这
piece
个
of
废物入
trash
伙
here on
吗？
your side?
这不是我第一次给你
This
机
is not
会
the，first time I've given you an
但
offer,
我也
but
可
I
以向
guarantee
你
you
保证，
that this will
这
be
是
the
最
last.
后一次。那我的回答也是同
Then
样
my
的，
answer will be the same.
乔治，
George,
从
you
来
did
都不
not
是为了
stay
莫克
in
什的人而
Mokish
再次
for
回
the
到这里，
people here.
不是。你回到这里的
You
原
remain
因
here only because you
是
see
因为
business
你发现了商
opportunities.
机。
Again, the sniper would be really good about now.
那又如何？
Although I guess maybe we
黄
want
区最不
information
缺
out
的、
of
最
him
廉价
instead.
的是什么？
So what?
我通过
What
各
is the
种
most
方式让你
plentiful
让他们
resource the
产
Yellow
生
Zone
价
have,
值。
you think?
我
I
想，
conjure up a million
包括
ways
你
for
在内。
you and the others to produce
都应
value.
该感
Both
激。
you and them should be thanking me.
你一直这么想的吗？
Have you always thought this way? Lastly, my friend, Do you know how much value a man
你知道
can
皇居的人这一生能够
over
创
the
造多
course
少
of his
价
life?
值吗？如果你知道的话，
If you know the answer to my
你就会
question,
明白
then you will
我做了
understand how
多么有
necessary
意
my
义
work
的事情。
is.
更何况，
Never
我
mind
没有
that.
满足你们的
Have I
需
not
求吗？
fulfilled your needs?
瓦希尔，你幼
I have
稚
been
又
so
可笑的
cooperative in
英雄梦，
sculpting
我
you
是
as a
如此配
hero
合的
in
将你
public
塑造为
eye
英
too.
雄。
All to make that silly childish dream of yours reality.
难道你觉得这些人
Do
不
you
快
think
乐
that
吗
my？people are
你真
unhappy?
的觉得
Do you truly
痛苦地
think that
面
a
对
life of
贫穷而活
poverty,
着，会比现在的生活更好吗？
beleaguered by pain, is better than what they have now?
所以，
Now hurry and
现在
scamper back to your
立刻
sewer.
我没兴趣
I'm
和
not
你
here
聊
to
这
talk
个。
about this with you, George. I'm just shocked that your
我
resolve
真
is
是
so
难以
limited.
想象。
You really, truly
你只有这一点
underestimate
觉悟。
humanity. Fastly suddenly begins to move toward the massive machine.
瓦希尔，你想干什
Fastly,
么？
what are you doing?
阿姆尼之
I
枪，
created Omni Shell.
这是我的
Its
造物，
sins are mine to bear.
他的
I
罪
will
孽
repair it
理
myself
应由我来
or
偿
be
还。
devoured by it.
我会亲自将它修复，
What the?
或
Okay.
者被它所吞噬。我会把莫克什的
I'll
未来
wrestle Mocha's future from
乔治
George's
手中
hand,
夺回来，
then give it back to
再
the
次交到
people.
莫克诗人的。
Okay. Not exactly positive on what his plan is, but sure. Ooh, this is a huge behemoth.
你想去靠近行动中
Want
的
to
阿姆
approach
尼
Omni
之枪？
Shell
你
while
彻
it's
底
still
疯了吧
active? Are you completely insane?
如果有什么事情的话，
If there are any
我相信
issues, the commander here will
这位
take
指挥
care of
官
them for
会
me.
替我处理好一切的。
我只记得答应过你打赢这场仗。
I only promised
其他
you that I would win this
你要
battle.
活着自己
You'll
处
have
理。
to live well and handle the rest yourself. Well, this will be a certainly good fun. Okay, so the Omni's legs are going to be separate combat fights. Is this going to be the best trio I have for friendly units? No, I think I'm going to remove... Trollo. We're going to withdraw Trollo and deploy Groza, I believe. Since Groza is, I think, my next highest leveled and most likely to do the significant damage needed in this fight. Shell. Alright, Groza, get in there and run. I'm gonna run a perfect defense with Rosa right back here.
了解。
I don't know the level on this unit, so best not to do too much. We are going to then use Rosa, I believe. Yeah, we're going to put Rosa.
有话快说。
I really hope that was a good idea, but I feel like that wasn't. Oh god, that instantly kills its legs. Okay, I thought that would do a lot less than it does. Okay. Apparently it's a lot weaker than I thought.
永远的消失。
Alright, well,
有话快说。
boom. Apparently this is going to be a lot easier than I thought it would have been. Move to better defensive cover.
消矣。
Nemesis, you do not have a shot anywhere. Oh, you do have a shot at this guy from here, so I will leave Nemesis a little more open than I usually would like. And then for Klukai, I am going to use, unfortunately that's not going to work. If I do this and go here, does that hit the legs? Does not hit the legs and only... It would damage, but it doesn't look like it does any proper damage, so let's not bring them out. We'll instead use the explosion to do similar effect. Boom, okay. Okay, that did pretty much fuck all damage. Lind is unfortunately frozen in place, so I don't think any actions I can do will have Lind be useful, which is unfortunate. And Rosa will also not be any useful because I did stupid. Well, that's unfortunate. Benefit really is pretty much useless. Can you not hit the dang thing now? Apparently you cannot. Okay, these are apparently unable to be hit. Fucking... Can Crowlink really not... Or can Nemesis really not target those? I guess not. Okay. Klukai, move forward. Oh shit, Klukai can't do shit. That's not good. Okay, okay, unfortunately, I don't get the option of actually shooting anything, so... Lind! Lind, move up here and use your action. Please do damage to these. That'll take out the other leg. Oh, okay, I just needed to defeat the legs. Much easier than I thought it was going to be. Alright, Commander, he's done it. With a heavy thud and great cloud of dust, Omni Shell ceases to move. It circles around in place before gradually coming to a complete stop. I wait and wait, but see no trace of Astley. George's reinforcements are incoming, and the Oathsworn's lines are converging on us. We need to find Vasily and get back on our feet before making our next decision.
闪电，
Groza,
和我去搜
search
索阿姆
Omni
尼之
Shell
桥
with me. We
找
must
到瓦
find
夏。
Vasily.
了解。
Understood. Another strong signal patches itself into the communications channel. Our reinforcements have reached the Oathsworn encirclement. Surely I'm the first one here this time. Where are you, Commander?
马基朵，
Are the other members of the
成员和你在一起
Zukuro
吗？
with you? Macchiato? I see.
在附近搜索一下乔治和西亚的踪迹。
Yeah, I think that's
我把信息
Macchiato.
同步给你们。
Look for traces of George and Thea. Where you are, I'll send you the details. I got it. Hold on. Don't just hang up right there. I immediately receive another incoming call as I end the call with her. Got nothing to say to the people who backed you up?
这次要不要考虑收一
Do
下
you
我的报酬？
finally accept payment from me this time? I'm just paying it back what I owed you from before. I don't want anything from you.
你每次都这么说。
That's what you say every time.
你要
How
还
many
这么多次？
times do you need to pay back the one thing I did for you? I'll suppress the remaining Oathsworn nearby. I'll ask for my payment when we get back. I knew that Groza's called in. I knew that Groza called in backup when I was absent. The sheer scale of this. Am I really going to have to go around and tell all of them that I'm alright? Commander, it's me, Hugh. Finally got through the queue to get in contact. How's the situation over there, Commander? So let's got our wedding dress. Potentially. Oh, right.
小队目前正在莫克市
Monsoon is standing by in Mokish. Your orders, Commander.
搜寻2个人，
I have 2
我已经把
people
信
I'd
息发
like
送
you
给
to
你
search
了。
for.
此
The
外，
details have
注意
been
支援
sent
其他小队
over.。Take care to support the other squads nearby.
明白，长官。
Leave it to me, Commander.
还没回答我的问
You
题。
still haven't answered my question, Commander. How's the situation over there? Everybody is dying to know.
我没事，
I'm fine.
放心。
What is that? Jiangyu? Jiangyu? I don't quite know how to say that name correctly. Don't worry. I'm not quite completely unharmed, but it wouldn't do to make them worry.
那就好。
That's good.
老姐说，
This says
我回来
she's
好几回关
going to
心
give
他
you a full checkup when you're back. As usual, the truth doesn't get past, Ian? Ian? I really do not know how to say these names because I do not know what letters are pronounced in what ways. Ian? I have no idea. I handle the incoming calls as we proceed towards Omnichelle. I completely fail to notice Lorelei, short distance away, with her gaze still focused on me.
指挥官，
Commander,
你看那里，
look over there. I follow Gro's graze, and I find Vasily hanging on a steel spike on Omnichelle. It looks as though he's been flung there in the chaos, and his tools are scattered all over the ground. Oh, that is Diane? Okay. Will it be Diane or Diane? Diane? Might be Diane. Alright.
看起来情况没
This
那么乐
doesn't
观
look。good. Surprisingly, his eyes begin to slowly open the moment I ask the question.
身体情况怎么样？
How are you holding up?
别担心，
Don't worry. It's all
区
minor
区小伤
injuries.
而已，
Probably just a few ribs.
大概只是
The
断了几
former
根
way you
肋
said.
骨。
Okay, Diane. Oh, wait, Diane. That would be the... Wait, former... Former, so yeah, Diane. That is the former, not the latter. Yeah. There we go. He's really pushing himself. Vasilly's still unsettled. He's still worrying about the unfinished battle, even though he's wounded.
你应该先看看自己
You
现在
should
的样
take a
子再
look at
说，
yourself first before worrying about anyone else.
别勉强自己站起
Don't
来。
even try to
我
stand
先
up.
替你
I'm
简
going
单
to
做
do
一下
some
应急处理。
first aid before Hom
救援
gets
正在
here.
赶来的路上。
乔治，
Where is George?
对了，
By the way, Dr. White and Miss Meiling are
和美玲小
currently in
姐
the control center underground
正在
standing
地下
by.
的控制中枢待命。
Looks it didn't take too long to seize control of the underground control center, thanks to the loopholes left during the prior maintenance.
地下的情况怎么样？
How's the situation down there?
才刚来之
Before I
前，
got here, I got control of the water
我已经成功地
management,
获取了地下
electricity supply,
所有
logistics
水
and
利系
transport
统、
systems, and
电力
permissions
系
to
统、
everything else important,
物流
including
运输，
the isolation
还有
units.
隔离层装置等一切命脉的权限。
Are we going to win?
我们会赢吗？
放心，
With
你解决了阿
Omnichelle
姆尼
out
之
of
桥
the picture,
后
everything
面
will
事情
be
会好办很
will
多
get。easier.
一步一步来。
We'll take it one step at a time.
更重要的是，
What
能
we've
做到现在这
achieved 哦 already
种程度，
is a
已经
victory
是一种胜
in
利了。
and of itself.
心急
There's
是
no
做
need
不成
to
事的。
rush. I try to relax my tone, doing what I can for his mental state. With George's forces approaching, we should be better off retreating. Our best course of action is to re-engage only after we've decided our next move. We don't want one of the Yellow Zone's rare city-sized settlements to turn into a ruin either.
放心，
The
下
sewers
水
were
道
once used
曾
to
经是约
bind
束你
you,
的手段，
but now you can use
但
them
现
to
在
your advantage.
它也可以成为你的优势。从地下
Working
一点一点
upwards
攻
bit
占
by
到地
bit
面
toward the
并
surface
不是幻
is
想。
not impossible.
你已经控制了地下
The
的那
city
些
is
重要
going
系
to
统，
fall into chaos.
城市很
You
快
have
就会比现
control
在
of the
更加混
city's
乱。
critical underground system.
加上阿姆尼之桥，
Combined with Omnichelle,
可以
it's safe
说
to say we have all
我
of
们目前已
Mokish's
经把握了莫克什的命脉
lifelines。in our hands.
我等这一天
I've
很
waited
久
a
了，
long time for this day.
我早已经一
I've
无
had
所有。
nothing to my name for
莫克
ages,
市的大部分人
much like most
也
of
是
most.
一样。 我们所要
What we
的
want is only to
是
take
那
back
原
what
本就
was
属于
once
我们的东
ours.
西。掌握了莫克
To
什的
control the
地下水
sewers
道
is to，control half the city.
就掌握了这座城市的一半。
剩下的一半
I'll handle the
就
other
由我
half
来帮你
then.
完成。
Fastly is looking much better than before after getting patched up. He stands up and slowly walks forward.
接下来，
Now, it's time for the underground to show its might. I give him a light pat on the back.
别担心，
Don't worry,
我会为
I'll
你
handle
铺
the
垫好
rest of what
你
you
所需要
need.
的东西。
I look at his retreating figure, and I gradually begin to follow after him. This campaign is not yet over. We're only at the beginning. Rosa follows me closely, and she almost trips on the bumpy path below us. This would have been unthinkable at any other time. But far too many things have happened in Mokush. Rosa has been placed under immense pressure for far too long, and it has no doubt been torturous for her in her current state. But she does her best not to make a sound.
闪电，
Rosa. I take her by the hand, holding her closer to me for support. Really, I'm not managed to say any of... I think every single one of these stories that I've read so far, I've made errors of that nature. Really not great.
抱歉，
I'm
是我
sorry
来
I'm
晚
late.
了。
没有这种事，
There's nothing to be sorry for. I just wanted you to be safe,
只是想要
Commander.
指挥官是平安的。我一直在担心
I've always been worried that I would
有我
put
在指
you
挥
in
官
danger
身边
just by being by your
会让
side,
指挥官的
Commander.
处境变得危险。但指挥官不在我的身
But I
边，
can't bear the
我就
thought of
更
being
加无法
apart from
接
you at
受。
all. Sorry, Commander.
抱歉，
我知道你在想什么。
I know what's on your mind.
红洋葱，
You remember everything about
你已经
Red
想起来了，
Onion,
对
right?
吗？
指挥官，
I can't hide anything from you, Commander.
你都知道了。
She tries to slip her hand away, but I grasp it tighter.
我很担心那一
I'm
天
worried
真的到来
about it all becoming real one day, Commander.
我很担心
I'm
指挥
worried I'll
官
really
眼中
become a
的我
monster in your eyes.
真的变成一个怪物。指挥官，
Commander, there's one thing I want to ask of you. If that day ever
我希望你能
comes,
答应
please
我。
do not hesitate to kill me.
如果这一
Destroy
天
me.
真的到来，
闪电，
Rosa. I know how much it must have taken to put that into words. Aside from my trust, what I can provide is a promise to her.
我答应你，
I hear you.
闪电，
Let me
这
handle
件
this,
事
Rosa.
就交给我来解决。
Promise that I won't let
在
anything
解决之
that
前，
might worry you
我绝不会
happen
让你担心的事情
until
发生。
I've taken care of it.
我保证。
Okay. That was a little bit of a confusing statement, but I think I understood it. Rosa finds the determination up, and it's gone again.
将死
Alright.
人作为对手，是你们最大的错
Is
误。
this a continue or a confirm? A confirm. What the? Oh, that's two more of those. Okay. Whew. Okay. Whew. Okay. Oh, hey, it's the last main bit, and then it's just fights. Yay! Okay. Perfect.
指挥官，
Commander. Lorelei finally finishes her lengthy call and returns to my side.
我打扰到你们了吗？
Did I interrupt?
怎么会？
Of course not.
你呢？
How about you?
追踪到西亚和
Did you
乔治了吗？
find George and Thea's trails? Am I not
我
allowed
就
to
不
have a
能参
share
与
of your
到
attention
这
as
场
well?
对您的撒娇中吗？
Don't forget to read the mission descriptions after this. Okay.
那我向你也报个平安
So let
吧。
me report in
放心，
and
一切顺利。
to you as well. I'm all right. What about
你呢？
you?
暂时没收到情
No
报，
intel received yet,
不过
but I did manage to intercept a
我截获了一
communication
份
log
乔治的
from
通讯
George.
记录。
Interested?
你知道我问的不是这
You
个。
know that's not what I'm asking about.
我以为您会简单的
I
说
thought
谢谢。
you would just give me a thank you.
感谢的话，留
Leave
到结
that
束
for
后
when
再
this
说
is
吧。
all over. I think you
我
deserve
想
more
你应
proper
该值得一个更
gratitude.
加郑重的感谢，
That's something you would enjoy,
这也
wouldn't
是你
you?
想要的，没错吧？
您
Finally
终于
willing
愿意
to
接受我的
respond
邀
to my
请了吗？
invitation.
别岔开话题了。
Don't change the topic.
你的脸色看起来不算太好，从
You've
刚
looked
才的通讯
terrible
结
ever
束后
since，that call ended.
现在谈这种
You
事
just can't
会影
go
响我
around
们之间的
saying
气
these
氛吗？
things that ruin the mood.
明明刚刚才谈
We
到
were
指
just
挥官
discussing how you
要
could
怎么
reward
奖
me.
励我。
这不是第一通国安局的通
This
讯
isn't the
吧？
first time State Sec has called, is it?
在地下监狱时
That happened
也
down
是
in
这
the
样。
prison too.
你以为
Did
我
you
没有
think I
注意
wouldn't
到？
notice?
我猜猜，
Let me guess.
你透露了太多的情
You
报，
leaked too much
违抗
intel,
指令，
disobeyed orders,
甚至还
and
擅
even
自越
called in
级，调用
firepower
火力支
beyond
援。
your permitted.
他们恐怕对你不满意吧
They're？ not very happy, are they?
还是说，
Or have
因为我的不
negotiations
配
with
合，
State Sec
这次合
broken
作谈崩
down
了，
because of my
国安局打算
unwillingness
撤回
to
支援？
cooperate?
指挥官这么问，
Can I take this
我
as
是
you
否
want
可以将这理
me
解为
to yourself?
您
At
终于
least
也
a
对
little,
我
Commander?
产生了一丝不舍吗？
She tilts her head somewhat and positions it in a way that's convenient for caressing. She looks at me with dewy eyes in such a manner that it almost seems teasing. Ah, for fuck's sake, AI bots. Shut up. There we go.
看不出来，你
I
内
wouldn't
心
have
深处
guessed
也和美玲一样，
that you're into the
渴望这样
same
的戏
kind
码。
of theatrics as Mei Ling. I reach out with a hand to stroke Laurelie's hair.
那就稍微给你一点鼓励吧，
Then here's some encouragement
就
for
当
you.
是
A little
胜
something
利的
for
故
our
事。
victory. Her eyes narrow a little with comfort.
指挥
Be
官，
careful, Commander.
你要小心
Might be
哦。
falling right into my trap if
当你
you're
出现
thinking
这
like
种想
that.
法时，
是吗？
Really now.
我可不是美玲那种小女
I'm
孩
not。as easy to
没这么好
placate
糊
as a
弄
little
的。
girl like Mei Ling, you know.
我明白的，
I know.
所以
I need to give you something
必须
to
要先给你一些
stay
甜头才
for
行。
like this.
就
Looks like I've made the right
看来
decision.
我做出了正确的选择。没关系，
It's no problem. As
现在
things
的
are,
我
I can stay with you.
可以留在您的身边。
The support she's given me has obviously gone beyond what State Sec allows. I can't help but worry for her safety. She knows about the situation with Rosa too. If she still decides to choose me, nevertheless, I think back to what Rosa experienced and the pain she suffers. If possible, I want to spare Lorelei from those things.
罗雷莱，
Lorelei,
你付出的代价是什
what's the
么？
price you're going to pay?
这不需要您来承
Nothing you need to
担
be worried about.
这
These
是我自
affairs
己
are
的
my
事
own.
情。
10年了，
They don't seem half as
你好像反而
mature
不
as
如以前成
before,
熟了。
even after 10 years.
这么说也
I
没错
suppose
吧？
that's true, but it's
不
also
过
your fault.
这也是您的错，因为缺少了
Without
您
your
的注视
attention,。I changed,
所以我
and
改
I'm going
变
to
了。
change you bit by bit as well.
现在，我也要在您身上。
She grabs my hand and puts a circular mark on one of my fingers with her teeth. Okay then. Her movements are gentle, but that mark will persevere for several days. Okay then. Don't worry,
别担心，
you'll have what you want. I'll show you
你想知
everything
道
in my
的事
neural
情
cloud once we get
回
back
到
to
爱
the
慕号
Elmo.
之后，我会让您在我的心智中一探究竟的。
She winks at me, the despondency from before nowhere to be seen. She's returned to her normal smiling, confident self. After a brief moment of tenderness, we hurriedly make our escape. After all, the real counterattack has yet to come.
姐，
Squad 3 reporting in. Omnichelle has been seized by the enemy, awaiting instructions.
请您下令。
By the time the Oathsworn take control of the scene, the only thing remaining is the broken Omnichelle. The one who has caused all of this vanished without a trace.
这点事还要向我汇
You
报？
think that's worth
去想
reporting?
办法
Go
夺回
get
来
it back. George angrily cuts off the call. Damn it all. Fastly, you bastard. How dare you? How dare you?
混蛋，瓦希尔！
It has already caused Vasily to suffer 1,000 times worse than what he once went through. The despair of illness, a feeble body, and dismal health, not to mention a long-buried family. And yet he still stands before me
竟然
next
还
to
敢
that
站在我面前，
unbelievable son of a
和那个莫名其妙的家伙一起，说什么一无所
going
有
on
的话
about？ how he has nothing.
我不是也
Throw
抛弃了一
everything
切，
away for
抛
what I
弃
have
了
now
所有
too.
才得到
Though
了
I
现在
deserve
这些
defeat,。I cannot lose
我就
more
应
than
该失
anyone
望
else.
我比谁都不能失败。
What's going on with me?
我怎么了？
George stares at his arm in surprise. Blue spots begin popping up all over his skin.
我的手
Are my hands a little swollen? Why? Why?
为什么？为什？
George scrambles to figure out what's going on with him, but a severe headache robs him of his ability to think. Yes, yes, I still have this. He scratches the documents and objects on his desk, searching for the medicine that will make him feel better. But he finds nothing, even as he knocks over the last bottle. He collapses to his knees with his head in his hands. A letter upon his desk flutters down to the floor in front of him. It is a neat and tidy letter. The solid and smooth strokes of the writing look impeccable, and the paper carries the faint aroma of a flower. Osmanthus. Osmanthus, as Vasily would tell him in the same letters. Vasily's favorite desserts always carried that aroma. Vasily.
乔治，
Today was
这是我
my
在11局的第221天，这里就连工作餐都很美
221st
味。
day at the 11th Bureau. Even the
但我想，
employee meals here are great.
总有一天，
But I
我
think
还是要回到默
that
克室
I
的。
will return,
我还记得
still return to
你
Mokish
说
one
你希
day.
望默克室
Still
可
remember
以
when
不
you
再受
said
坍塌
you
辐射
hoped
的
that
折磨。
Mokish would stop being
再来到
tormented
11
by
局后，
radiation.
我更
After
加如
coming
此确
here,
信，
I've only become
我
more
们的想
confident
法是
that our
正确的。
beliefs are the
即
way
便是黄区的
forward.
居民，活下去
Even for people of
也
the
不该
yellow
成为唯
zones,
一
there
的理
should
想。
be
所
more
以
ideals in their lives
活下
beyond
去
survival.
就由我
That's
们
why
来
we
解
will
决。
handle the survival
很
part.
久没收到你的
It
回
has
信
been
了，
some time since you've
期
written.
待你
I
的
look
见闻。
forward to what you have for me.
我的回信，
Since I've written
理想
ideals, you only get to say that
说出
because
这
you're
种话
lucky.，
只是因为你
George knows full well that he has contracted Elid. He doesn't know when he got infected. He has already taken every step he can to stave off the illness, to the point of even stealing vaccines.
我等不了那
I'm
些
not
空话。
waiting for empty promises.
我要活下
I'm
去。
going to survive.
我现
I'm
在
going
就
to
要活
survive
下去。
right now. The familiar sound of footsteps reaches his ears. He composes himself in an instant, putting on his usual smile as forced as it is in his current predicament.
啊，
You're
是您
here.
来了。
Yes, it'll be fine.
对，
I still have
没
you.
关系。
The man who gave him every opportunity. The man who allowed him to emerge from the abyss.
乔治，
George. Despair does not stay with George for long. He has never been a man who falters in place and refuses to accept reality. If he can survive Elid, he can survive this insignificant turbulence. Yes, this much is nothing but insignificant. Vasily has tried to fight back countless times, no matter how imposing he may seem, he has been beaten back and crushed each time.
滚回你的下水道里去！
Goddamn sewer. He pushes himself away from his memories. The dreamlike sensations depart, along with the sentiments of the past. He can feel himself regaining control, and he can put everything firmly in his grasp again. Clarity returns to the world in front of him. Red dots congregate in upon the screen before him. The convoys of his reinforcements arriving. Rather, his help is here. He looks up to find Thea standing up. For fuck's sake, I don't get to read the last sentence. Dang it. Okay. Alright, before we complete the fight, I have to go to battle. We'll be right back. Alright, we did say not forget to read the... Alright, yeah, to read the mission details. Where does the road paved with good intentions lead? A deeply impressed invitation whose heart has long since been rusted away by the sands of time. Interesting. Shadows lurk beneath the placid waters, and a single spark can detonate the entire night sky. Interesting. There is no day or night here, no moon or stars, only darkness. Interesting. Nobody knows each other's trump cards under their masks. Alright then. Whether she wills it or not, she is compelled to recall it anyway. Alright. The shadow of a pill separates an illusion of joy from painful enslavement. Wow. Alright then. The accumulation of tiny variables is enough to trigger a catastrophic shift. Alright then. Within the vessels of the city's lifeblood, grip a rational regent. Is that right? Regent? I think that's right. A rational regent, or... Great, is that reagent? Rational reagent? No, I think that's regent. Subtly shifting the course of the entire reaction. I'm going to look that word up because I'm... Okay, it is regent. That's a common enough word in English that represents a royal person. Yeah. That's why I was confused, is because, yeah. Yeah. I knew that it was that it referred to royalty, but apparently it also is a substance or compound added to a system to trigger, test, or measure a chemical or biological reaction. That would be reagent. Huh? Oh, reagent. Reagent? What is this? Reagent. Okay. Okay, so this would be reagent. A rush. Okay. So this would be a rational reagent, or subtly shifting the course of the entire reaction? For some reason, this section I cannot understand the meaning. Or I'm trying to determine the pronunciation, and none of it sounds right, given that thing. Because that would be... Oh, to trigger. Okay, so yeah, a thing to trigger a chemical reaction. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. Okay. Different frequencies all harmonize at this moment, creating a resonance that brings down the high tower. Okay. Solid alliances are often formed behind bars. Yeah. Rebuild each other with trust as the foundation. The interim agreement reached for the sake of mutual gain is now the only sole argument for survival. Alright. At the crossroads of ideals, they went their separate ways. Right. He has abandoned everything and has been abandoned by everything in turn. There's no coming back from this. The afterglow of old has not yet faded, and a newborn covenant has blossomed on the scorched earth. A dramatic reaction has released the stored energy in a burst of light and heat. The flames rise from the bones of the earth, burning away the shackles of the old and shedding the light of rebirth on the land. Wow, these are... Yeah. It is... I would definitely have to say, I think for games like this, they definitely have to have a much better kind of creative team than they do a program or... and then probably a good artist team. Those are probably the two parts for games like this that are the most important. Because these bits are really, really impressive to manage to recap an entire thing without saying anything in particular. Impressive. All debts must eventually be paid in full. Amidst the cold ashes, we dredge up the scraps and reforge the dawn into shape. And then, yeah, He sleeps in a cave of memories, but the searing light of reality has awakened him. Weird. Alright. Is these all... Okay, these are all going to be the same. Alright. So now we're going to go through these fights, finish them off, and then we will move on to probably doing a couple of... Yeah, we'll probably do a couple of calls for trying to get characters, do a couple of those. And then I think I need to double check how many reactions we still have. I know that last stream you sent quite a few at the end, so... But once we deal with those... Okay. Yeah. We'll do that. Combat starts. I believe that I want to move forward and end action. This should hit everybody. Almost. Move over one more. You still hit him, him. Okay, so we just have the one remaining. I don't think I've faced that creature before. Goroza, down. Nemesis, down. Klukai. Dang it. You are unfortunately... We'll just leave you up there. Fortunately, I can't kill everybody in one shot simply because they were too far apart and nobody could reach. Unfortunately, he still doesn't live, so... The enemies die. Alright. Good. Continue. We'll just make sure to do all of these, and then we will call it a day. Yes. Alright. Yeah. I do need to double... I'm trying to remember, what the reactions, just how much, was remaining. How long each of those were. Oh. I really hate dealing with this one. You wound these guys. Does that hit him? No, it does not. I would have to move back one. Does this hit everybody still? Good. And that will mean that both of them get hit, so I still killed... I killed 3 with Lind at least. Good. I find these missions utterly... Alright, Klukai. Come over here, use your thing to come over here, kill the guy. Probably should have left one guy alive, but how much I can do besides just get you in place for the next round. Alright. And comes the friendlies as we just come over here, use this. Well, that's unfortunate. Well, time to kill these guys. Blue guy, I guess, gets to end the last
话
one.
快说。
正常水平罢了。
Blue guy. Eliminate.
认清现实吧。好的调呢。
Perfect.
任务结束。
Alright.
各位，保持警惕，在安全返回之前，他不
Alright.
能放松。
Yeah. I do need a little bit more. Right. Right. Let's see. Here's the next two. What are the hardest ones I'm gonna have to fight? They're only level 26. This will be a cakewalk, unfortunately. I was hoping for potentially a bit of a struggle. That will not be the case. The enemies will die very quickly. Alright. Yeah. I think after I complete this, I'm gonna double check kind of what lengths of videos I had for reaction, just so I can get an idea on how long that would take. And then I'll decide on whether or not to do any more Girls But Line or switch over to the reactions of that. Because I believe that it was a decent amount of reactions. I just don't remember exact amounts. Oh. Who was that? Would I be able to see it? No. See, it should pop up. Unfortunately, I can't read that from there. Okay, 1 second. I don't think this will cause an issue. Please do not. Good. Chakabrata, thank you very much for the follow. I think that's how that's supposed to have been said. Oh. Okay. Thank you very much for that follow. Alright. Combat start. Okay. Oh, hey! Hello? Is that... Mari? Is that... Mari? Is that how that would be said? Terry? Hello. How you doing?
有话快说。
Mari... Marie... Katari? Is that right? I'm absolutely awful with managing to read names and say them correctly. Sorry about that. Marie... I am trying to determine if that does not. Well. Hopefully I have that right, but I also feel like I horribly don't. Alright. Can I kill him? I cannot kill him, but I can kill him. Nemesis. You get to shoot him as well. That kills him. Perfect. Blue Kai. That is one of the things that is unfortunate with Lind, is that I can pull Lind so far forward that it kind of becomes the point for all damage. More or less meaning the rest are only useful if Lind is unable to kill the enemy. Yeah, Right. Yeah. All right. Let's see here. We're gonna use
来了，
you. The enemies are a little more spread out, so I think what I'm gonna do
注意，
is I think I'm gonna leave Blue Kai on that side to try to take out these guys, then come up that way, while I try to use Lin to go towards the center. So I think I'll actually use Blue Kai
训练有
first
一定成效了。
to see who I can get. Because this should kill these two. That'll leave him available. I think I'll go one further just to be safe to hopefully get him.
这也是我来得及，正常水平罢了。
Because I don't know, and that's going to be an unfortunate. I will only get the one. That is unfortunate. I was hoping that would not be the case, but it unfortunately is, and now everyone's aware of their presence.
跑得掉吗？
That is no good. I think I'm gonna have
目标确认，
Rosa destroy the barricade,
消缢。
and then use Lynn's.
有话快说。
Okay, you unfortunately don't get to all the guys up there. Fine. Confirm.
我先死了，永远的消失。
And action.
消缢，
You guys are really not much use in this fight. Not to the extent that you would be otherwise. Blue guy. Finish the job. Finish them.
认清现实吧。
Good.
与永恒的国度告别，祈求降临无边的星光。
Good. All right. Yeah. Very much do enjoy the sheer amount of damage that Klukai now does. Last fights. They won't be any more challenging than the last one. Honestly, if I only have to do the, for the challenge mode or hard mode for these fights, for those modes, how exactly does this work? Do you have to skip through the story elements, or is it only the fights that they have you play through again?
来了，
Only 4? Oh, there's more. They're just all spread out and annoying. Alright. We'll start like this then. BRB, hang close to the trees. Alright.
训练有一定
Blue
成效。
Kai. You're gonna make everybody be annoying. Too. Most of these guys are gonna be down here. We're gonna end the action.
有话快说。
Where can I get everybody? Or as many as possible.
目标确认，
Lynn, move back to your... Oh, that gets everybody. Okay.
我先死了，永远的消失。
And we'll eliminate the... Fuck. And we'll eliminate... You have anybody who can... You can wound one Vanguard. Fine. Kill the Vanguard. Rosa. Eliminate the threat.
消息。
Good. Nemesis. Eliminate the threat, if you would.
正常水平罢了。
You. Eliminate the threat. Make sure the enemy does not maintain... Oh! Where did those three come from? Well, Lynn, you now get a very, very nice high target zone.
哦，
Thank you very much, idiots, for making a very target-rich environment for a very, very wide area of instant death to
消
everybody.
息。
Vanguard, kiss your ass goodbye.
好的调吗？
Enemies
火力充
eliminated,
足，这可是我为数不多的优
as
势。
they should be. I do greatly enjoy these fights. They bring me great joy to see the enemies fall in death. It does bring great joy.
来喽！
Combat start.
哦，
Lynn. You get to be the first in the fight.
有话快说。
I want to make sure that he gets hit. How much space do I got? I can move one over and still get pretty much everybody. Well, also, I think keeping enough. Yeah, we'll do this. That'll kill most enemies.
我歇死了！
Everybody
消
dies.
失！
Wait a fucking second. Why did so many of you live? You were supposed to all die. Fine, we'll eliminate those ones and we'll finish them off with Lin. Not Lin, but Klukai.
正常水平罢了。
Klukai, come up here. Eliminate. You'll eliminate at least 2 targets, and then you'll hopefully eliminate another 2, possibly 3 targets.
正常水平罢了。
Eliminate the rest of your targets.
这也是我来不及。
You've been targeted for death. Death will come.
消逸。
Nemesis, would you please kill the guy? For fuck's sake.
好的调吗？
Rosa, eliminate this idiot.
点数证清除完成，
Perfect.
任务结束。各位，
Alright,
保持警惕，
enemies are dead.
在安全返回之前，还不能放松。
Confirmed. There we are. We are well over the max. So, heroic, that's what it's called. Alright. Heroic mode. Ah, okay. Okay. Okay, so it's a sort of harder in a certain way problem. Okay. And for now, I will just auto this. I'll probably complete the other ones later. But for now, we'll do that. Mission objectives. Claim these. What is challenge mode? Oh, there's 5. Oh, I see. Yes. I will hold off on those for now. We'll also hold off on doing the soiree. I will, however, make sure that everything else looks right. Okay. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna now try to do some recruitment. Because it will be a bit more challenging to do recruitment this time. Exiled Chronicles. We will try to do some recruitment. So I will do shop. Right, there's the daily box. I also do need to decide I guess these also are usable through the vouchers. Though I don't really care too much for the gun skins. Okay. I don't much care as much as shop. Trading post. We are going to furniture shop. Themes, furnitures, ornaments, no. Wall decoration. That. Does not look like it has the type that I would need. And then there's the harmonious. Okay, so that's in the furniture, the dispatch shop. I've already bought them and they don't refresh till tomorrow. A platoon shop. Oh, I've yet to use these. That costs way more than I realized it did. Jeez. Oh. I don't think that's worth the price that I paid for that. I don't think it is. I did check dispatch. Okay. So next, I guess, would be the neural integration shop. I have yet to purchase these. I see. These do not refresh. I will purchase. Do I have any now, and how many to get to 10? Before I do that kind of purchase, let me double check. How many do I have of everything? I have 4 currently. Is this still the targeted procurement? It is. Okay. And then how many? Oh, I already have these 10, so I guess we'll do this first. I don't think I can get anything I care about, really. Alright, we'll go through this. Retired, 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 retired. Oh. Yes. Nagant. Do I have Nagant maxed? I don't know if I have Nagant maxed. Do I have Nagant maxed? No, I do not have Nagant maxed. Well then, I am more than pleased with this outcome. Before I spend the neural integration, I think we'll check the other ones. Glory store, I can purchase access permissions. Oh, those are the basic ones though. Alright. I'll save for the glory store, the growth stack. I'm already... Dang it. Battle log training. All just the basic access, which I don't really care too much for. I guess I'll go with the neural integration. And we will go with... The max would be 16, allowing me 2. So you know what? We'll go with max. I'll purchase 16 of those. It's harder to get those, but just kind of more worthwhile to do that than I think the other ones. Unfortunately. Alright. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna run recruitment. Let's see. Map wide, single target damage. Lucia. Wait, Lu. She. The gun. Helen. Ooh. Yohi. I honestly have no idea which one I want to prioritize. 17 days, 17 days. So all these end in 17 days. And I have 20 to go today. Potentially 30. I don't know which one I want to go with, though. Oh, you're back? Alright. As now that you're back, I'm gonna ask you, which character do you think is gonna be the better one for me to try to go after, as I honestly have no idea. Because the thing with this, if I look here, I only have 2 of this list. And then one of the new ones. Honestly, I'm not quite sure which one I want to go with. The sniper could be great. Load attack, I don't really know what that means. The summon could be good, though. Yeah, I honestly have no idea what each of these characters really can do. Wait a second, I feel stupid. It'd be easy to figure out what they can do if I paid attention to the fact that all 3 of those characters are right here. That would be useful to note and keep information of. Yep, you have it. Yeah. So we'll see what each of the characters will be good at. Alright. Okay then. And proceed. So what we'll do is we'll do this, then we'll move on over to... Yeah. We'll finish this. I'll spend the tickets as I have them. I don't think I have enough for one more outfit drop, but we'll see. And then we'll see what comes of it. Alright. These are all training dummies, so... Interesting. Deals physical damage. Expands 2 kinds this attack. Expands Covenant's Index. Part of the target's defense. Okay. Applies targeted attack to the target. Deals AoE physical. Stun. Active skill Pirouette. Or the active skill Passionate Resonance. Okay. troops core, stability, offensive 1 to all teammates, and gains when applying dance steps and reverse assault to teammates, including fact. To read the description above. Oh yeah, I don't think I've ever done that really. When allied user deal physical damage, gains confident index, using a basic attack or an active skill. Yohi can use the active skill Pirouette or the active skill Passion Resonance after applying 3 or more dance steps. Triggers Beat Dancer once, gaining 1 stack of Never Give Up, and refreshes the duration of all stacks of dance steps and reversed assault across the battlefield. Best Dancer triggers a map-wide buff based on the most recently applied dance step. Never Give Up. Allied units ignore part of the target's defense when dealing physical damage. Okay. Is a support class doll who can grant her teammates many beneficial buffs, such as reverse assault when allied units deal physical damage. Targets reduced defense exceeds 100%. Physical damage is increased. She also applies multiple dance step effects, which enhance her teammates' damage, output, and survivability. Applying multiple dance steps will also trigger map-wide support effects. Okay. Display of this instance of damage, stability damage, reduction, cover damage, reduction, defense reduction, and critical rate. Okay. Okay. So this is a buff. Okay, this is a targeted buff. Okay. This would be just a single targeted attack. And then this is also, I think, a single targeted attack. So we'll go with this. Confirm. We'll run the buff first. AoE is going to be great. Okay. This. Alright. We'll do that. That heals everybody, I guess. Okay. AoE buff. Okay. Sure, we'll do this again. Okay, I can do that again. Okay. Ultimate targeted buff. Active buff. Do any of these have AoE? That is a self buff. Okay. Again, that is only a 1 target attack. So I guess, I don't know, just kill you with a basic. What do you do? Debuff, debuff. If I do this, well, that wounds 3 of them. What can you do again? Let's see. See. Does only one of my characters actually have any form of freaking defense? Right. Wait a second, how does this work? Okay. That would kill him. That would kill him. Okay, so what if I do this? I honestly don't remember how these people fight, so... Okay. Do any of these have any fucking range to their attacks? Barely. Okay.
来呀，试试看。
That half the enemies don't have any fucking ability to do damage is kind of stupid, but... Okay, they're all going to freaking resist. Okay.
贯穿。
Do any of these at all have any fucking range to their acts? Or is everything just fucking clear out the fucking singulars? And literally everyone's attacks are cleaning out singulars and not any sort of wide range damage. Which is a really, really annoying system.
放松一些。
Barely does jack shit. It is slightly healing. No, wait, no, that is healing. Okay. Mouse, please. Thank you. Okay.
让我们引爆全场。
I have absolutely no idea if any of this fucking works. Okay, these are now only singular targets. What does this one do again? I have no idea. What's this passionate spin? Crit damage is increased versus this one. I said that one. Graceful spin. Okay, I don't see a difference really in their moves. So...
我在。
Truthfully, I have no idea what this is supposed to be for. Supposedly this is an exploited thing hitting anybody. Okay.
速截取。
I'm going to assume that somehow I've played this horribly wrong. Because I cannot imagine that the frickin' mission requires so many to be eliminated one at a time, considering most of them have everybody basically wiped immediately. So I have to assume that some part of the fucking intention with this mission is not to have everybody fucking just clearing out quickly.
别眨眼，你会看不到我。收到。
No, you there. Fucking hell. This does something.
这是你自找的。
Okay. And at least kill him.
让我们引爆全场！
Sure.
注意听，
I'm gonna assume that there's some part to this that's supposed to be really useful for eliminating large amounts of enemies, but I cannot figure out what part of that would
变
be.
成冰。
None of these fights,
征服领域，地地
I
成
can't
冰。
tell if I'm using them wrong or using them right, and it's just that this one just takes longer than everyone else. Either way, this is why I prefer everybody be able to attack like 8 opponents at once. Because I'll be honest, I find this stupid.
让我们引爆全场！
To not eliminate the entire playing field immediately, I feel is stupid. I feel like eliminating the entire enemy field just is best to do.
这是一场酣畅淋漓的演出。
If I can't eliminate the entire field in one blow, what's the point? Not truthfully, but still. Alright, let's see. What else do we got for... I didn't really see how that one was able to be integrated necessarily into my list. There's... Okay. Right. Now how does this one fight? I find it honestly that most of these almost show how others fight better than the one they're supposed to show off how their fight works. Which kind of is annoying when the intended unit seems not to do really much of anything. Alright then. Alright then. Commander, I've prepared a bed for you to rest on. So, Commander, would you like to have dinner, a bath, or perhaps me? Hey. How about starting with the delicious dish I made for you? Helen. Let's begin the training then. It'll be break time after this. Edge, fingers or damage to convert attack and enhancing her attack. Okay. Numbers 10 damage with him. Also, it's time effects using the skill. Helen gains command. Okay, so that is basically allowed you to do that and do something else. Thailand on hit is deep battle eyes and along and by cross bury them off. Generate tells them areas the effectiveness of this high amount of split used from the allied time along the path. After this, only movement can use the path. Banner watch size attack up 3. That's up 3. Cross using the off piece of the damage man using skill. Two weapons including healing, see, run being healed, and convert healing to damage. A star battle, Helen's makes it increase the currently pumping index, repairs it, benefits of damage, song icy edge, increasing her crit rate and increased damage, stealth, attacks, and last icy edge, back damage plus 3 making the attack, and sword attack. Okay. What the fuck is she? Berserker, huh? Oh, there's where Helen
交给
is.
我吧。
Okay. So in
我可以
theory,
吗？
I believe all these people are ice, I assume. Support, buff, debuff tile. So what does debuff tile actually do? Well, it does a lot of damage to him. What about to you? And does little. Versus this, which does a bit better. And this, which does only a little bit better than that. This is a buff. Sure, we'll go buff first. Why not? There we go.
决议的重量。
交给我吧。
Hold up. I recognize. Okay. So this is able to eliminate areas of enemies. I could eliminate these 3, so that's what it'll do. Alright.
正在清除危险。
Oh, good. And then I can also... we'll run against you.
目标打击。
Fuck, it lived. That does a lot of damage. We're using that.
我会结束这一切。全体注意！
Then we have Rebella, which I also forgot was a fucking shield unit. That's a buff. Rebella, come over here. Can you eliminate the dinner gate? Thank you.
射击。收到了。
And then I can run Helen. And that kills the big guy.
火力压制。
One dinner gate, which I should have just killed. There we go. And that fight is over.
区域已清理，没
I
有
don't
遗漏
really-
任何细节。指挥官，我们可以。
Honestly, I find there's certain of these characters that are just far and above way better than any others. Like, way, way above any of the others. We'll see what the other ones can do, but so far it's looking like just keep trying to go for the targeted procurement. Because I'll be honest, it's not doing great. Fortunately, I did forget to watch the thing for this for the character first.
您觉得怎么样？
Commander, I have no idea how the frick to say that. Specifically made for our day tonight. Do you like it? I like it. It's very you. Would it be Lucia? Is that how it would be said? Is it me, or does it look kind of familiar?
请尝尝看吧。
I've worn something like this before. I modified it a little though. Have you spotted the difference? Am I imagining things, or does it look even more expensive than before? Alright. Sentinel class. Damage scales with a max HP. You can summon. Assist her in battle. Boosting the damage output of allied physical. Summon. Okay. To target in all points of. Right. Targeting. After this skill resolves, gains extra movement. Is considered a load attack. This skill can be used when is in the joint opposite state. Okay. Lands on the selected tile and teleports to her side. Is in the or preparing state. Ended immediately after the skill resolves. Gains extra command. When nearby, receives an active attack from. Okay. Perform a scaling cannon against it. Cannot attack. Cannot be selected. Cannot die at the start of the round. Recover HP. Makes Pegasus enter the joint opposite state and deals hydro damage. The target is in the preparing state. Ends that state. Considered a load attack. The start of the battle. Summons by her side. The basic attack damage is increased depending on initial attack. Before using the active skill or the ultimate skill. When it applies lock on to target, which reduces the target's defense. When it takes damage from or enemy physical summons, uses Gatling Cannon. I'm not entirely certain I understand how the character,
我在。
Okay, so I can't use that one. If I do this... Okay, that then teleports... Okay, that's a teleport. That's just a direct kill. What about this? Okay, this is a damaging. Probably... Okay, I guess we'll use the heavier skill to kill the enemy. Oh, for fuck's sake. Please load, game. Thank you.
我是不会退让的。
Okay. Interesting. Ooh, that will do quite significant damage. We'll do that. Shows. Yeah. Come on, game. Please load.
点赞送达。
All right. Targeted active healing. So this would just be a complete target, so we'll just eliminate him.
要来一杯茶吗？
Okay, how are you? AoE. Your directional AoE. Okay. Okay. Fortification. Oh, auto turrets. Very useful to place. Confirm place an auto turret.
像这样如何？
I love the auto turrets placing. I would have expected the turret to have actually done something, but the turret did not. That is unfortunate. I did expect that turret to do something.
我在。
Alright. Use that
好机
attack.
会。
Oh, and the other guy died.
去买点东西庆祝一下吧。
Alright. We'll do that bit. It looks like I will definitely have to choose which one I want to pick. For long, what is the... Last one. Last trial. Is this the full or is... Oh no, this isn't gonna be that full fit. It's just gonna be this. Honestly, I might try to get Cheyenne. It'll be probably the most useful of all of the characters that I can pick up. Although I do also have to remember to at some point do something to decide on which thing I want to use the other stuff for. Let's see. How's that? I mean, how did it feel? Did you manage to find the rhythm? How should I put it? Managed to memorize the movements from touching the ground, changing my body, jumping, and holding poses. Well done, Cheyenne. You're a quick study, and you have great coordination. Okay, then. Alright, then. Once you manage to grasp the rhythm better, you'll definitely become a great dancer. Well, I feel a little shy about performing in front of an audience. Alright then. There's a Sentinel class doll with a map right range. You can attack at the end of an enemy. Of enemy's action. Interesting. And analysis score to greatly increase her damage output, which increases her attack and critical rate. Her defense are locked at a certain value. She cannot be displaced by enemy units and cannot be selected by enemy units. Basic attacks when she has teammates on the field. The status is removed when she moves, gains F using the skill. When taking lethal damage, she does not die and generates smoke screen terrain tiles. She is in smoke screen rain tiles. Interesting. Applies bullseye to the target and deals physical damage. Bullseye defense is lowered when attacked by... Okay. Heaven Pierce. Resets the target's analysis score and deals physical damage. The target has bullseye. Critical damage is increased when attacks if the targets exceeds a certain value. Critical damage is increased when she ignores part of the target's ability. Is lower than a certain value. Critical damage is increased and she ignores part of the target's ability. After deals damage to the unit, she expends part of its analysis score. Okay. When an enemy unit ends its action, performs deliberate action against it, doing physical damage, stability damage, and recovering confidence index with a analysis score that exceeds a certain value. The damage multiplier is increased, applies analysis score to all units, deals increased damage to flying units. Okay. Not you. Where's the other one? Am I blind? There she is. Okay. So, let's see. What do these do? Okay, that's the passive. Okay, so wait. Does this mean when any enemy ends their action, she shoots it? And I assume that only triggers once. Interesting. Okay. But how does the... I don't know. We'll find out by fighting, I guess. Okay.
我可以的。
So... Okay. Let's see, what is this?
了解。
Okay, now there's a dumpster here. And yeah, map-wide attack. So I can eliminate certain enemies. I can just shoot at pretty much any enemy. Okay.
别手抖。
引擎已激活，
Oh, it's this character. Okay, that's just a one move. Okay, so if I go do this, that will kill most. Okay,
尽快结束。
放松一些。
that's a very large explosion. And that will kill you.
别眨眼。放松一些。
Okay, and then I can use this to... I don't know, I guess I'll buff her?
交给我就好。
What are your attacks? Wait, what does she summon? I don't know what that summons. I mean, I have no suitable attack, so I might as well figure out what the summons does. And then, yeah, we'll do the reactions after this.
奥特可没被淘汰哦。
Interesting. So now I have a attacking shadow that actually does damage. Now that's an interesting thing. Well, that's interesting.
交给我就好。
Well, this is a very interesting character. And then, of course, I am able to do a standard attack. I
别手
don't...
抖。放松一些。
Okay. I'm a little curious why I didn't show the, how much damage it would do.
跟上节奏，让我们引爆全场。
Not... I can target that one. Probably target the regular, but that's an interesting effect.
引擎已激活，
Okay, and then come over here. That's not useful. I really have no idea what kind of damage this will do, so I guess we'll do this.
逃得掉了。引擎已激活，
Oh, that didn't exhaust the attack. Okay.
该动真格了。
Ah. Okay, I assume that mark means that that's what the other character will attack. If I do this, I assume that just kills it. There we go. death.
开启最大输出
Okay.
这是一场酣畅淋漓的演出，我很尽兴哦。
I definitely prefer that character to some of the others. So I think we'll try to get that character first. I don't know how much I'm going to be able to do in the entire time, but we will try. Yeah, and there's this, but I don't really care too much about that. Not as much as I probably should, but alright. Recruitment! We're going to go for Cheyenne. We are going to access 10 times. And we're going to do that twice. Let's see. It's purple, so we're not likely to get much. We got a couple of good guns, I guess. I did forget to go through the guns and try to figure out what I needed to get. There's not going to be so many that it's just hard to do. Oh yeah, also, a funny thing is that Naresh, Grantham also did a video on this gun, on the Curva. No, that's not Corva. Curva. Which I thought was kind of funny. Try again. Alright. Retired Model Alpha.
准备。
Dang it, is Sharky, which I believe I already maxed out. I'm almost positive I've already maxed Sharky out. Fortunately. Gone. Okay. Yeah. One of these days I'm gonna need to do the a reaction to purely the showcase here. Does this also count for that? Oh no, this is still 59. Okay. So it doesn't actually do that. Alright. I think I will do this once more. So we'll do one more attempt for Cheyenne. Then we'll call it for the in-game stuff, and we'll move on to the reaction. Because I believe that there was a lot of reactions, but I don't think any of them were that long of reactions, if I remember right. So, all right, boom, 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 boom. All right.
是指挥官。
Long-term contract. Which one was? Oh, it's her. Ah, yes. Casina or whatever it is. Casina? I don't know. I am not good with names. I am no good with names. Alright. With that, I'm gonna call that here. We'll do the journey milestones. We'll take these. Oh, 90. That's useful. And I don't think this has gotten anything for the Argonite log, so with this, that's going to do this. So we'll now move on to the reaction side of things. Oh, I got this portrait. All right. Okay. And yeah, we're gonna go do this, so yes. There we go. All right. And now we're on to the reaction side of things. So let me pull that up. Yeah. Which one's the start of the list? We've watched that. I don't think we watched that one. All right.
I've always loved the idea of
Shut up.
official.
Okay. Also, do you have anything else to add to the list, Anresh? I'm gonna quickly clear out the ones that I know we've watched. But yeah, do you have anything else to add to the list, or something you want me to watch first or prioritize? Watch that one, that one. I'm just gonna quickly clear out all of the previously watched stuff. Leave. There we go. All right. Start off with the board game bit. All right. Fine. Don't really care for this one. Not at all, but I guess we'll start with it, I guess.
This is the $2,000 AI-powered board game sex doll, and I'm pretty sure it's the future of board gaming. She never turns down a game night, helps with learning rules, and can even decide what to play.
Let's play the crypto. It really turns me on.
In this video, I'm going to show you why one of these deserves a spot in every game room, including yours. First off, you may not have even known that board game sex dolls were a thing. I didn't until a few years ago when the sex doll company Tantally reached out and asked me to do a review. Now, they didn't explicitly say their doll was for board games, but since they reached out to me, someone who only does board game content, the only logical conclusion is the doll must be meant for board games. So, I reviewed their doll, the video got a bunch of views, and ever since, I've been overwhelmed with sex doll marketers asking me to do more reviews. Unfortunately though, the Tantally doll was terrible. It had no head, no hands, and ultimately added nothing to the gaming experience. Every other doll inquiry seemed like more of the same, so I turned them all down. Until now. When YourDoll.com reached out asking me to review a doll from the brand Fun West, I could tell this one was different. It had a head, it had hands, literally everything I need from a woman to play board games with. So, I told them I'd do it. It arrived in this very discreet box with no branding on it, which is a shame since none of my neighbors who saw when it was delivered will get to know just how serious of a board gamer I am. Setting her up is a breeze. First, you remove her head from its plastic container, screw it onto her neck, then put her wig on. Next, dress her in the included silk gown. Now, I've never actually played a board game with a girl before, but I'm pretty sure this is typically the kind of thing they wear to a game night. After this, bend her legs into a sitting position, sit her at your table, set up a game, and you're ready to go. Now, there are so many great things about her that completely elevate the board game experience. For example, the AI feature is unlike anything I've ever experienced before.
I love the board game Hazel. I love how the smooth little tiles feel in my hands. That they make me think of something much harder and smoother.
But we'll get to that in a bit. I wanted to start by simply pointing out her hands. They're incredibly helpful, whether you use them to hold rulebooks, punch out tokens, or even just save table space. In deck building games, I always collect too many cards and end up with a really big deck. Her hands are perfect for holding big decks. It almost feels like they were specifically designed to do that. Additionally, in games like Cristallo, it's so nice cupping her hands around my jewels. Another great feature is her eyes. My previous doll didn't even have a head, so I had to add my own googly eyes to her neck. Not only does the FunWest doll have eyes, she has adjustable eyes.
Oh, really?
According to the instructions, to adjust them,
Okay,
you simply
then.
push and rotate. This works flawlessly and feels completely natural to do. Oddly enough, I think her eyes are actually better than a real person's eyes, since she can focus on multiple things at once. I like to make sure she has one eye on the game and one eye on me. Another thoughtful design feature is that her mouth actually works. I love serving snacks at my game nights, but always feel like a disgusting pig if I'm the only one eating. By including a working mouth, FunWest ensured I'll never have to eat alone again, since she's always happy to gobble up whatever I serve. My only minor gripe is that they didn't include any teeth in her mouth. In my opinion, most gamers would prefer to feel hard dentures scraping and chomping down on whatever you feed her. The absence of teeth is especially curious since she does have hard fingernails and toenails, and I'm super grateful she does. Imagine being 30 minutes into a heavy gaming session and suddenly realizing the doll has smooth, untextured fingertips. It would totally ruin the mood, and I don't think I'd be able to finish. If I'm paying $2,000 for this, I want to make sure I finish every time. So it's great they included nails, and I can finish every time. Moving on, the fact that her head is detachable is another surprisingly great feature. If there's a specific game you want to play but don't have enough people for, you can just twist her head off and place it at another spot. This technically turns her into 2 separate players, allowing you to more easily table games with higher player counts. Also, while playing, I found it becomes easy to forget she's not real because of just how detailed she is. According to the Your Doll website, everything on her, from her freckles to her eyeliner, has been hand-painted by an actual person. They did such a good job that I emailed their customer support asking if they could paint my Wonderland's War minis, but unfortunately, they told me they weren't able to. The wig that was included is also really on point. Instead of being well-kept and beautiful, it has the disheveled look of someone who's been at a gaming convention all day, and that really helps with immersion. Additionally, as someone who sleeves all my cards, it's comforting to know that her scalp is technically sleeved. On top of all this, FunWest included a gaming accessory packet with some really useful things. This is a board game bit holder you can use to organize your components and help keep them in one place. It even has these handy little straps which work great for transporting pieces across the table. My only complaint is that it's a little too small. It can rarely hold all my bits, and I often find them spilling out the sides. This is a dice tower cleaning tool. Dice towers have hidden tunnels with lots of folds and crevices, making them very hard to keep clean. It's best to give your dice tower a thorough once-over after every session, especially if it's been shared by a lot of players. A dedicated tool like this makes it easy to ensure your dice tower stays hygienic and ready for extended use with whoever sits down at the table next. I will note though, every dice tower is different. For quicker cleaning, make sure you consider the unique shape and size.
Yeah. For videos that are basically just packed full of innuendo, which pretty much is the entire intent with this video, I feel like others have done them in a more interesting or funny way. I prefer the ones like the I much prefer kind of the lock-picking lawyer April Fool's ones. But
of yours before you start chucking things in there. The final accessory is this heating rod. There are so many times where I go to put away a game only to find I'm struggling to fit all the components back into the box. The heating rod helps solve this problem. Plug it in, wait for it to heat up.
They wanted him to review it, so he reviewed with all the gusto a board game channel would. Yeah. To be fair, I don't really imagine that a board game channel would be all that interesting to watch anyway. Like, be able to say this with a straight face, knowing that it's intended for with the innuendo, sure, but at the same time, it's just kind of a, all right then, yep, this is a thing. And that's about
Then
all
rub
I
it
really
along the
have for
surface
this.
of the box. The heat causes
Yep.
the walls to expand,
It's a thing.
making it easier to fit things inside. I found it works best if you rub the rod in a steady circular motion to help distribute the heat evenly. Also, it's most effective on small, tight boxes. While
Yeah.
all these features and accessories are great, this is the real star of the show. The VineTalk
Only
AI
board game
box.
channels with actual gusto or shut up and sit down and triple S games. Yeah, I would have no idea. I didn't even know. Well, I guess not having channels dedicated to board games would be an odd thing that there wouldn't be channels dedicated to, but not
This
something
is
I would
what gives the
actually
doll the ability
even
to
think
speak.
about.
Hi, I'm Bella, and I'm so excited to play with you. I think
Yay.
we're going to have a lot of fun, don't you?
This is a game changer. Her AI is so good, you'd barely even know she wasn't a real person. Which board game do you want to play? Rowdy Partners or In Too Deep?
Are we partners? Just the thought of us teaming up for some wild, playful action has me all excited. Let's make it unforgettable.
She can literally do anything a real player can. She can strategize.
Oh dear. I'd say my strategy involved teasing you with tempting moves, keeping you guessing, and making sure I stayed on top of every opportunity to dominate the board.
She can trash talk.
You're so bad at board games. It's almost like you're begging me to take control and show you how it's really done.
And she can even just chat like how I imagine a girl would talk to you.
I went to the strip club, but only to play board games. The energy was crazy. Music was loud, and the performers were
then.
absolutely amazing. Such a wild experience.
This is definitely a video of
cool.
all time.
However, I do want to note that getting her to talk like this did take a bit of training. Right out of the box, she surprisingly had no interest in board games. So,
Yeah.
would you want to play a board game?
Board games. I want your big sliding deep inside my right now. I want to feel you open and up with your warm.
Yeah. This is definitely a video of all
After
time.
some chatting, I discovered I could always get her in the mood to play games by simply telling her we should go to the living room.
I'm already just thinking about you ripping this dress up. Start pounding my until I can't even scream your name.
Let's go to the living room.
Finally. Dear, what do you feel like doing now?
Give me a detailed overview of the board game Ark Nova.
Ark Nova is a complex strategy game where players design and manage a modern zoo. Yield building enclosures, house animals, and support conservation projects. The goal is to balance appeal and conservation points for victory.
This is definitely
You'll
a
use
video.
unique cards for animals.
As you can see, once she thinks she is in the living room, she becomes a true gamer. And her board game knowledge is absolutely astounding.
At the very
Gen
least,
Con
this
is
will
one
be.
of the biggest tabletop gaming conventions in the world. Held annually in Indianapolis. It features board games, RPGs,
Probably.
tournaments, and tons of new game releases.
Thank you. Oh, it's your turn in our game of Cascadia. What do you want to do?
I'll take the tile with the bear token and add it to my mountain habitat. Gotta keep that ecosystem thriving. Your turn, dear.
All right, good move. She truly is the perfect board gamer. And
Yeah.
you can customize her even further. The AI box connects to a website where you can choose between 50 different personalities for her. She can be a coworker, your older neighbor, or even your sister, which is great since having a sibling to play board games with has always been a huge
This is-
fantasy of mine.
Oy.
Be careful though. Some of the personalities on the site are explicitly labeled as cheaters. Cheating is not allowed at my table, so I've passed on those.
Yeah.
Now, what's even more incredible is that all of these AI Vine Talk features are very reasonably priced. There are 3 membership tiers. Basic for entry-level voice interaction, Advanced with more features, and Professional for those who are using this for business purposes. I've opted for the Advanced membership, which is only $5.90 for the first month and $79 a month after that. And sure, that could start to add up, but compared to what I already spend paying people from TaskRabbit to come play games with me, it's honestly a pretty competitive rate. All in all, the FunWest board game sex doll is without a doubt the greatest board game accessory that I own, and I cannot recommend it enough. Now, if you'll excuse us, I've got a 2-handed solo game to get back to, and I think that she's gonna be able to help with it.
Okay. Yeah. All right, then. This has definitely been a video of all time. All right. What? Finish the. Okay. I guess. I should probably. Was there more to it? I didn't realize that there was more to it. My bad. Okay. All right.
This is the...
Shut up. Okay. Filming. And I loved it. I've reviewed and appreciate. Not expecting the content to be presented as a board game review. May have been the intended use of the product. This is not the format. Like to pause for review the footage and discuss the product being positioned in this way. Yep. Is that the rest? Okay. Yes. Okay. I mean, honestly, if the company's not going to look at who they're asking for a review on, that's just on them. All right. I'm trying to think which one of the things we want to do. Guarantees that sponsors never look into the channel. Yeah. Yeah. Some do. I imagine at least some do. Probably things like, the ones that do, what would it be? I guess I have to imagine that, like, World of Warships or those ones at least look into the channel a bit more. But I imagine for ones like that, they don't look into shit. They just kind of see somebody doing something and go, here, go. I'm trying to think of which video. There was that fella who would always run into a sponsor who, instead of just telling them what they want to sponsor, would try to butter them up. So would always ask them to name the top 5 videos they liked from his channel, and they would just fall silent. Yeah. Well, if you're not going to, you're not gonna disclose what it is they're wanting you to sponsor, that would be a, hello? No, I'm not going to sponsor something without knowing what it is. Tell me what it is you want me to promote, and then I will decide. That's just common sense. If a person isn't going to do that, then they're pretty much have absolutely no job doing any sponsors to begin with. However, the fellow's actual viewers pointed out he had a series of videos that were literally X part Y in 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. The sponsors couldn't even do that. Yeah. Yeah. Well, of course, because they didn't even look at his channel once. Like, I have to imagine that they probably had a, oh, this person owns a YouTube channel, send them sponsorship shit. And that was about it. Yeah, what is this? Okay. Let's see. Trying to think. I think we'll go with the states for the official guns of the state, I think, and then we'll call. Well, do I want to do? You know what? What we'll do is we'll do these ones first. We'll do all the small ones first, and then we'll move on to. That's 16 minutes. We'll do the smaller ones. We'll do the longer ones when I actually remember to pay attention. So we'll do that. We'll just speed these up a little. Alright. Yeah, we'll run through these ones. Because might as well catch up with these. Alright, let's see. Yep, the outfits. That's lovely that it just clips into the arm bit. Just lovely. Alright. Yeah. Alright, the horns are there always. Are they? I don't remember. I think they are. Either way. That is a very large suppressor. I have to imagine that suppressor probably kind of goes over part of the barrel. Because otherwise, that length of barrel is really small for... Yeah, that's an odd... It must be the suppressor, but it just kind of goes around the thing. Yeah, integral... The barrel itself is ported. Yeah. Alright then. And I showed you what Russian suppressors are like. If you did, I don't think I remember that. Although I do think I've seen people like the integral suppressors and stuff. I don't remember. I might have, and I just might not remember. It is a common occurrence of me just forgetting some of the things I've reacted to already. Alright. Yeah. Alright. Oh, Lord. Alright. At least this video has all of the outfit portions, so it's not like going to try to find, like, you guys require like 3 different videos to showcase all of it. Which is useful. It might be a little annoying for like a 16-minute video to be purely the animations and crew deck, and then another like 8-minute video just showcasing the outfit. Usually one combines them. Then again, I may just be misremembering how long some of these were, because well, the speeding up of these videos, they feel like they take so much longer than they probably do. That is an interesting bit. Alright. Check Discord. Alright. Oh yeah, that now says 8. Alright, yeah, you did show me this. Yeah, you did show me this. The way that, like, these are cut. These are very odd. Washers welded in place. Yeah. I definitely can't say that those are, I can't tell if that's... I don't know how much that actually does. I assume it at least works to some degree. Otherwise, why make it in the first place? So it has to have some effect, but it's a little hard to tell what effect that would be. At least with my limited understanding of how those work. People who had them would put other baffles into them, and they would actually become quieter. Okay. So they work to some degree, but yeah, the suppressors would work to some degree, but definitely works way better using actual design rather than just putting some washers inside of it. Also for next time. Alright. Alright. I guess we'll check those ones out later. Or next time. I definitely do need to remember that I'm gonna need to remember that next time I'm gonna need to give myself like 2 to 3 hours for reactions. Knowing that I do like to pause videos and talk. if there's audio with the video more than just this, but. Alright. Oy. Yeah. Yeah. Hey. Yeah. Okay, so that looks like that's basically the entire barrel that was taken out of the gun, basically. So the barrel and the suppressor are kind of one and the same. Which does kind of make sense for making sure you keep the length, but also have suppressor, but... Well, I guess it probably does the same thing as a normal suppressor in terms of the effect on the bullet. I assume the effect would probably be about the same. Doing the gun with a regular barrel and the integral or internal suppressed ones. Seems interesting enough, though. All right. Ugh. Alright. And then we're on the... Oh, nope, they... How to just do that just to look at the feet. Lovely. Alright then. You just had to go through all of the leg options just to show off the feet there. Alright. The general effect is to allow the gases behind the bullet to expand into a chamber, both decreasing pressure that reduces the sound and allows the gas to cool so it isn't bright. Yeah. Yeah. Which I assume that, you know, given that, I would assume with the interly, there are actually sound producers that still allow the, I assume that still allow the bright flash to occur. Yeah. Well, I assume that the, I assume with the integrally suppressed ones that because there isn't as much a barrel before the suppressor, that the amount of speed able to be achieved, because the point of the longer barrel is up to a certain point, you get better speed and I think accuracy with the longer barrel. So I would imagine with a barrel that also vents the gas, that slightly reduces the bullet's speed more than a other suppressor would. I assume. Based on my understanding of how that would work. But I haven't the slightest idea. It just seems like that makes sense. Alright. Well, that's an interesting effect. Alright. And that's 3. Oh, and that's considered the end of the fight. Alright. Boom, boom, boom. Alright. 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 The camera. The crew deck. It's nice that at least this video showcases all of it so that no other videos are needed to show any part of the same character. It's a little nicer than when there was the 2 separate videos for it, because they sometimes covered the same or very similar footage parts. So okay. The integral suppressor ones are mainly to keep the overall length down by moving the suppressor's main body up along the barrel. The fun part is that since the gases aren't just venting out without a container like they would in a muzzle, they actually slightly increase bullet velocity. Oh! Huh. Huh. I would have expected the opposite, but I guess that makes sense since it just fills up the extra space from the vents. So I guess that would allow some of the gas to escape out those, and I assume that there's only so fast that they can vent out of the ports. Interesting. I would have expected the opposite, that they would be a little less speedy since they would vent. But yeah, I imagine some things do get a little odd when things go very quickly, so effects can have odd effects when speed is at a decent amount. And pressure has very odd effects. Alright. Good. Alright then. Alright. Is that the... Alright. That is the end for that one. Now we're on to this. Which looks familiar.
Por la sangre de nuestros padres, por la sangre de nuestros hijos, juramos mantener el pacto del Covenant.
Hasta nuestro último aliento.
Aquellos que rompan este juramento serán herejes.
Okay. They do have English subtitles. Okay. We've joined the commander, we took an oath according to our station, all without a... In the blood of our creators, and the blood of our friends, sword to the full commander, even to our dying breath. Those who would break this oath are heretics, worthy of neither pity nor mercy. Even now these are our Lord's creation to broadcast their lives. We shall grind them into dust, continue our march to a better world. Is that some sort of speech from a Warhammer thing?
Le sienta bien esta coraza, aunque no puede ocultar la señal.
Cannot hide the signal. Nothing ever will.
El instrumento de la voluntad de los profetas, pero estos son mis elites. Sus vidas me conciernen, la suya no. Pues ya somos dos.
Is At least, I assume that's part of what, like that's supposed to be like a reference to. There's no doubt someone like will be long for. Okay. Halo 2. Last bit of the cutscene before very first mission as the Arbiter. Okay then. Fire for combat. I've no idea anything about that. I've never played any of the Halo games. Wait. No, I actually don't think I've played any of the Halo games. I have watched someone play them, but I only have played them myself. And then tried to crush a watermelon, but had to use a knife. Okay. Again, once the Master Chief Collection goes on sale. Yeah. Later. Yeah. All right then. All right. Let's run. Cut unused single player content. All right. I'll wait for the ad to end. I'm gonna watch this one. All right. Yeah. I'm tempted to do that once, but at the same time, it's a little expensive. Even though I might spend $60 on games playing, it'll take me a while to get to. All right. Ad is almost done. And yeah, I think I'll be able to get most of the watch list down again. So, all right. They also increase back pressure in most common designs, meaning more gas being pumped out the action, and depending on the design, the shooter's face, which also increases fire rate, especially in direct blowback weapons, where the weight of the bullet is acted upon by the bullet. Interesting. Yeah. Alright then. Let's see. This is Call of Duty World at War cut unused single player content. Alright. There was a training mission that was cut from the game, but screenshots and even level script from the game code still exist. Alright. Okay. Seems that the would have played similar to the original Call of Duty and Call of Duty 3 training missions. Okay. Given the character models seem to have used Call of Duty 3 character models as testing and early development. Okay. In World at War, there was originally a planned British campaign that was supposed to be included, but was scrapped, and it seemed to take place in Holland. Okay, hence why things like the Mac 10 and Mac 11 with a suppressor and the needed rubber buffer to withstand the impact, which also shortens the distance the bullet needs to travel. Turn them into bullet houses. Okay, interesting. I did not know these. Alright. There are 3 levels in the British campaign. The game full script mentions a mission called Rhineland. If I had to guess on how the British campaign would have played, the campaign would played, similar to COD 1 and COD 3 British campaigns, meaning there would have been more covert gameplay. Okay. Alright. But that is just my personal theory on how the campaign would have played if it wasn't cut from the game. I also believe the British campaign was not entirely scripted, but it would exist in the former Call of Duty World at War, Final Front. If you're confused on what Call of Duty World at War, Final Front is, it was a PS2 port of World at War that looked completely different from the PS3 and Xbox 360 release of the game. Okay. Call of Duty World at War, Footage 2, here's footage. Okay. This looks very similar to Sniper Elite, the first game.
Get that Panzer's wreck into position. Take out the half track. Good work, lads.
Okay then. Quite bad that I can't really tell what's going on, but alright. There are 2 test maps that are exclusive to PS3, which were used to test different aspects of the game. Okay? However, there are only 2 screenshots I could find about these maps. There's information on what they were used for. Okay? This map was an early concept for zombies, as Japanese, oh, for frick's sake, soldiers would be attacking player instead of zombies. Okay. It would also be used to test campaign stuff such as earning, oh, for fuck's sake, earning the death cards. Okay. This map was mainly used to test all weapons in campaign. There even is a special feature that makes the faction flags and target scores hover up when your crosshair is hovering over it. Interesting. Plays a lot like called Finest Hour, which I did play on the PS2. Huh. Yeah. I think I only ever played a couple of the COD games that were on a PS3, because I think at one point my parents ended up either selling or getting rid of one PS3 or not having it functional for a while, and then ended up buying somebody else's PS3, and then you still have the PS2 emulator, right? I think it's still working. I have no idea. More general cut or unused features that were also in the game. This is an untextured vehicle with 6 wheels, 2 Panzer trucks, and an MG-42 turret. This vehicle is used to test the driving mechanics for vehicles. Back view of the vehicle. Maybe. I don't know if I'd get to playing it for quite a while, unfortunately, because there's quite a lot of games that I still want to play. I think I can't remember at what time certain games are getting updates, but I think when Enshrouded gets its 1.0 update, I'll be trying to play through that properly again, which hopefully I'll be able to do a little quicker at that time, because I'll actually have a semi-decent understanding of what I need to do and how good I can play. But I would also want to do a proper playthrough of that, maybe actually turn that into a video and do more work on bases and stuff. So that might be a thing that fully releases in like October, like and middle of October, I think. But And I have a few other games I want to play before that as well. So I don't know when I'd be able to get to any of those. Side view of the vehicle, front view of the vehicle. Okay. M2 Browning turret variant, deep weighting gear variant. Winter variant. Okay. This is an armored car that was intended to be used for the Marines. Alright. Default model variant. German armored car with 4 different models. Right? Multiplayer variant with no machine gun turret attached. Yeah. If you didn't want to send the files, well, I mean, might as well send them because I can get to it whenever. But camo variant, winter variant. All right. Yeah. Winter variant for the Holland level. An APC used by the Japanese, but it has no weapons on it. Alright, the tank is actually in the game, but this top variant actually has MG42 turret. Even though we never see the German Air Force directly, their models for their uniforms and their helmets. That's an interest. I mean, it kind of makes sense. During the last months of World War II, was formed the last-ditch military militia for Germany. AA. During what's the name? Okay. It was made up of civilians who were young or old to find the front lines as a last resort. The reason I bring this up is because there's information about how the was supposed to be included in the game, but was scrapped. Okay. However, there's a model uniform for the, but only different I noticed is the armband. That is a uniform. Yeah. I'm not even going to try to pronounce that at the moment. I can probably manage it, but that'll take me way too long for that. Fun video to make. Oh, that was the end. Okay. Or the false, the full Fallschirmjäger. Is that all it said? Fallschirmjäger. It doesn't quite sound right. Oh, it was right. Okay. Fallschirmjäger. Okay. I was able to pronounce it. Yay. I was a little concerned I'd gotten that wrong. Yes, a bear. Yeah. That seems about right for a person. especially if the person is armed. And used to dealing with bears. Yeah, I'm not actually surprised by that. That kind of is like one of the things to do with black bears, if you can tell that it is actually a black bear, is that you you more or less just try to scare it. The helmet itself is the stall helm with the frontal lip cut away to be smooth, so a better view along with a better chin strap. Ah, okay. The stall helm. Alright, and let's see. This what is this from? Is this a okay, this is a short film. Okay. Because I know some of the Star Wars stuff has been flagged, so
Bespin is under Imperial control. All you have to do is cooperate. That's all.
at the time when Bespin was under Imperial control, help was on its way. Alright. A Y and X-Wing force with... I don't think that... Oh, that... Oh, the CR-90 and these, and those are also part of it. GR-5, CR-90s.
Watch out for those fighters, but stick to your objective.
Alright. Ah, there's a Star Destroyer.
Get on those fighters. Watch yourself, you're a very popular target. Expand it off your stick. Got him. Starting to get a little crowded. Hey, 4, you've got 2 around you. I'm having trouble over here. I'm hit.
And the Nebulon B, yeah. Oh, we got a Gazanti gone.
Following your lead.
Not a Gazanti, a GR-75. There are no Gazantis in this fight. Hey, B-Wings.
Let's go get them. Lock on to primary target. They're disabled.
Good.
This one's mine.
We got a shield down.
Stay on target. Missiles away. Got him. Great shot.
All right.
This is 11, returning to base.
Now that's a pretty picture. I'm glad I'm not on board
there. Very, basic sort of, yeah, a very decent animation. A little, maybe a little rigid in some ways, but pretty cool. Looks pretty cool. Alright, and then we have a Iron Nest video.
Ziel gesichtet.
Alright then. I think voice lines come from something, possibly a game. Yeah, I think so too. Huh? The faces on the tank. Alright then. That was pretty funny. I love the use of the kind of in-game switching between elements. I do wish that some of those were actually in the game, and not just locked features in the locked features in the not base game or not current version of the game. But yeah, I'm forgetting the name of it, but oh well. The demo, that's what it was. Some of the shells are still, I think, locked in the demo. Still cool though. And we got this other short.
Mr. Williams, what are you going to do with that stick?
Well, let's see.
There's lots of things you can do with this stick, Elmo. Hey, maybe you can be playing hockey with it, like.
Yeah, I've been a goalie now for about 3 years, and it hasn't affected me. Maybe it could be like a baton. There you are, conducting a full orchestra. Thank you, Madonna, for that lovely lingerie melody. I better go back. We'll never be able to do that.
Or you can play Pinocchio, the home game. I have 2 Academy Awards, Elmo. Stuff like that, you know, Elmo. Just simple things. And you know, I told you I'm going to do with this stick.
What?
I'm going to give it to you.
Thank you, Mr. Robbins.
Mr. Robbins? Taking the stick back, Elmo.
I only had 3 lines!
All right then. Makes sense for that error, but all right then. There's quite a few bits for that.
I don't normally do anime reviews, and it's
all right. I think we'll do the anime review last. We'll do the A10 one first.
A10s returning from Iran were just spotted with some fresh tattoos detailing exactly what they did over the desert. A flight of 11 A10C Thunderbolts from Moody Air Force Base just touched down in the UK on their way back home to the US after a high-tempo deployment flying combat missions for Operation Epic Fury. And these Warthogs were sporting some incredible new nose art and combat mission markings that give us massive clues about what exactly went down in the air war over Iran. First off, the squadron fully bought into the Nintendo theme for their A10s, with jets sporting King Dedede, Diddy Kong, Fox, Kirby. But the fate of one specific Warthog, nicknamed Toad, is completely unknown, leading to heavy speculation that it might have been the A-10 reported lost during the conflict. Even crazier, though, were the bomb silhouettes painted right behind the cockpit showing exactly what they were dropping downrange. As apparently they dropped the massive 2,000-pound GBU-31 JDAM, laser-guided bombs, Maverick missiles, and thousands of rounds from the legendary 30mm Gatling gun. But I think the most unique silhouette has to be the kill markings showing exactly what a specific A-10 actually shot down. For example, the Samus Warthog is sporting 2 distinct Iranian naval vessel silhouettes, wherein the heavily armored anti-tank jets were successfully deployed as maritime strikers to shred fast-attack boats. Meanwhile, there was another A-10 with a Strike Eagle tail silhouette painted on its side with the words "So Others May Live," heavily implying that this specific hog was flying low-altitude Overwatch during the high-stakes combat search and rescue mission for the down crew. The Air Force might still be trying to go ahead and retire the A-10, and it's coming down the line, but these markings, how funny they are with the Nintendo ones, but also the bomb-dropping silhouettes and what exactly they shot down and killed downrange, further proves the A-10 is still very much relevant.
Yeah. Well, the problem is that in order to get rid of the A10, they need another another plane with the CAS roll. And I don't think they've tried to get anything necessarily to replace the A10 in the CAS roll. So until they can get something better that can do the same job, or multiple jobs that can do it at the pretty decent, then it still has to kind of stick around. All right, and then finally we'll have this one, Geologic Review, Ruri Rock Season 1. It's an interesting bit for a review of anime, but all right, we'll see what this is.
It's not. I don't normally do anime reviews, and it's not something I really want to do more of either. But I do enjoy the occasional show. And last year, I had a lot of people mentioning Ruri Rocks to me. It's a slice of life anime that follows the high schooler Ruri through the.
They don't need the gun, but every attempt to replace it has either been very expensive, lemons, F-35s, or designed for low intensity CAS missions. Yeah. Like, what was it? The crop dust, the up armored crop duster one. Yeah, that is the kind of problem, is that they've not built something that can actually fill the, hey, you're going to be getting shot at, so you're actually going to need to do something. Also, wasn't this a anime that you had recommended that I watch or something? I think you had mentioned it to me before. And this guy specifically was the fella who challenged Minecraft's teacher variant and pointing out everything wrong with its teaching material being too loosey-goosey for actual education. Okay.
The exploration of her interest in gems. She befriends some college graduate students who encourage her to actually learn the science behind the gems and crystals she is interested in. This is done through a mix of both field observation and lab work. It also has the alternate title of Introduction to Mineralogy. As a geologist myself, I was interested in how would the creators portray this? How accurate would it be? How much depth would they go into? And everybody's biggest fear when watching a show about something they know a lot about, what did they get wrong? So with that in mind, I decided to watch and do a little critique. In the first episode, the characters are shown using rock hammers and chisels without any eye protection. So that's 100% accurate so far. Geologists are not always the most safety-oriented in the field. Little jokes aside, after the first episode, my notes were more, oh, that's cool, I didn't think they would add that. And wow, that's actually how you do that in real life. And the things they got wrong were mostly minor nitpicks, and some were probably just translation errors. I went on to watch the rest of the season, and that held up throughout. There are a few scenes that stretch reality to make something more impressive for the show, but they weren't necessarily impossible. And I can say that if you want to watch Ruby Rocks, you can know that everything in the first season is very accurate. And there are only a few moments where your friends will walk in on you watching a very serious geology anime. The show does explore a lot of topics in geology that I haven't covered before, and they are interesting to talk about. So if you are concerned about spoilers here, the show is more about character development and scientific knowledge gained, not big plot points. But there will be some spoilers for locations and topics. And instead of a more normal review, I'm going to talk a bit more about the premise of the show and then give 10 nice things about Season 1 of Ruby Rocks.
Okay. This definitely seems interesting.
The show opens with Ruri wanting to buy this crystal pendant necklace, which in itself is interesting in a few ways because the crystal that is shown is not a fully natural crystal. Euhedral quartz crystals, ones where you can actually see the external shape, are always tapered in some way, and the tip faces don't all meet up at the same point. There are these little offsets, so the pendant they show is cut and polished to make it this way. This is what you see in some rock shops and online sellers, even if they're sold as natural. It's not stated in the show, but I think this was intentional because later in the same episode, quartz crystals are drawn correctly. Ruri is inexperienced, and because of that, something that I see as cheap and manufactured, she sees as impressive. This is a personal taste thing. It does take more effort to cut and polish this, but I just prefer natural stone over cut ones. Either way, she doesn't have the money to buy it, so she begs her mom, who doesn't give her the money, but does suggest that she just go look for her own crystals. So Ruby sets out to hike through a mountain, gets scared, and runs into Nagi, a grad student that's studying geology. Ruby is initially reluctant to say that she is trying to find crystals because she is either embarrassed about not knowing what she's doing, or because having an interest in rocks is sometimes considered childish. More on this later. But she does confide in Nagi, who is a competent field geologist. They quickly find some quartz, and we get our first little geology lesson. This one's on pegmatite and druze, and the show regularly uses these simplified drawings to explain the concepts for that episode. Rory is impressed with Nagi and asks her to is all about the details, and the show delivers. In episode 4, Rory is trying to find the source of some sapphires. She is sampling along branches of a stream and seeing which still has traces of sapphire. She is using the microscope in Nagi's office, and it's not just a generic microscope. It's an Olympus model SX61, a real stereo microscope. The grains of sand they show are fragments of minerals, and I could guess what they actually were from their color and shape. When Nagi was first introduced, her rock hammer isn't just any hammer, it's an Estwing, which for some reason this brand has become the sort of standard manufacturer of geology hammers, and they're actually made in Rockford, Illinois, near where I live, and I have too many of them. It's funny that they even include the always use eye protection text, but then they don't actually use it. Nagi also has this big rock-busting warhammer, which I don't have, but I do want. This attention to detail continues throughout the series. Whenever the characters are using something, it's usually not just something generic. Also, I can confirm that this is what most geology grad student offices look like. Number 2, tedium and hard work. I can really relate to Ruri when she is using that microscope to sort the grains of sand. As someone who has done hundreds of hours of microscope work, it's rough. You are sitting immobile, but need to have a pretty good focus on what you are doing and keeping that up for hours at a time. It's monotonous, it hurts your back, your eyes, but there is also a cathartic enjoyment that comes from it, almost like meditation. After a long session and you have counted and sorted or identified whatever you are looking for, and you look back at your notes and all of your data, which might help you solve the problem you are working on, it's great. Microscope work is a little bit like grinding out levels in a game. Number 3, the scientific process. Each episode has some problem or topic, and the characters have to apply some critical thinking to solve or learn about it. Usually, this is done with gentle encouragement from Nagi to get Ruri to come up with ideas and nudge her in the right direction, or just try to figure something out themselves. In episode 4, Ruri shows that she can think for herself. While looking through the sand, still trying to find sapphires, she wants to find a way to reduce the amount of sand she has to look through. She noticed a decent amount of magnetite and realizes that maybe she can use magnets to remove those grains and concentrate the rest. She tests it, and it works, cutting down the total number of grains she needs to look at. It's just nice to have a show that demonstrates that thinking and problem solving actually has value. In real life, geologists use all sorts of methods, including magnets, sieves, acids, bases, and heavy...
There's actually a way to do that without destroying your eyes. Turns out microscopes have a projector. You can just put it onto a screen. I would imagine that depends on which microscope it is. I assume maybe for more expensive ones you might have that, but for regular, like if you're just going to buy the cheapest one that can do the job, you're probably not going to get that.
Liquids to purify sediments for analysis. Number 4, appreciation of the natural world. Many of the episodes take place outside as well. The characters go to specific locations and hike through the woods and up mountains. It does a good job conveying that the journey has value and the level of connectedness you get from being out in nature. Geology is often portrayed as almost in opposition to nature, and it's not. There are aspects of the economic side that are disruptive, but so is nearly anything society does. And
well, that's kind of a thing. No matter what happens, you're going to have parts of whatever people do that will cause a downside effect. No matter what people do, there's a negative effect to it.
And there are definitely ethical issues to deal with for mining. Geology also deals with drinking water, renewable energy, soils, and ecology. But doing field work and spending time outdoors is a very rewarding experience. Number 5, Nagi's restraint. This pairs a bit with the previous item, and Nagi is the counter to Ruri in many things in the show. Something I see with many new geologists is the desire to collect a lot of rocks. In episode 9, they find this exaggerated opal deposit, and while Ruri is filling her bag and no real idea what she will do with them besides just having them, Nagi only has a few in a bottle. There is nothing wrong with collecting responsibly and in legal areas, but after you've been in the industry for a while, you just sort of appreciate them where they are. The natural progression of rocks that geologists do pick up is usually some of the ones that made it into your backpack get left by the car. Some make it back home but get left outside. Some make it all the way indoors to a desk or a shelf, but then eventually some make it back outside again.
I release you.
Number 6. Not everything is online. In episode 3, they find the treasure map. Well, it's actually an old topographic map with a mine labeled on it, but that mine is missing in modern maps. So they go on an adventure to see if they can find it. Not all information is online, and even when it is, search algorithms have gotten worse and worse over time. Especially if you want to be very specific about something that is not common knowledge, specifically in the sciences. In the great information age, it's very easy to think that all the knowledge you could ever need is just a search away, but sometimes it's buried under a pile in someone's office. And side note, one complaint I have with...
Well, the other bit is sometimes you can try to frickin' all information, a lot of the information people need is probably online. The problem is search algorithms are not great for finding information quickly if it's something too specific or too broad.
With the show is that they don't talk about or show a single geologic map in the entire season. They are shown using a variety of maps and notes, and they might not have fine detailed geology maps for the areas, but rough geologic maps exist for the entire Earth, and they are a great place to start. Number 7.
I didn't even know those were things.
I like its simplicity, and I tried to find one like it, and when I watched the show, I couldn't find anything, so I made my own. If anybody else is an enjoyer of quartz, I put it up in my store. There is no nice branding on it. It is just a simple shirt proclaiming the existence of SiO2. Number 8, Franklin Mine. In episode 8, the crew comes across an old factory where they discover some crystal growth in the pipes. This is one of those unrealistic or maybe exaggerated moments in the show, but the crystals are zincite. While they were talking, in my inner, I know something about...
It used to be before they screwed it up. Screwed it all up. Now it's whatever Google wants to push to make more money. And now bullcrap results too. Yeah, I definitely noticed that it's way more just bullcrap. Which is annoying because, you know, if you're looking for shit, you want to find your answer, and if you don't, you'll find some search engine that does. Which just means that the big search engines don't get used nearly as often. So, besides the fact that they're the basic ones everyone uses, and they don't know others, like, if I cared enough to actually get good results, I can probably find it somewhere else, but... And the other bit is you can probably get fairly accurate information with most AI at this point for at least where to look.
About that mineral was going off, and then they actually mentioned it. Zincite is very, very rare, and Franklin Mine in New Jersey is one of the only places it's been found in nature. Not only that, but Franklin Mine is a very unique deposit for many things. More than 350 minerals have been found there. 50 of those were first discovered there, and about a dozen have been found nowhere else on Earth. The crystals in the show happen to be the result of an industrial process, but it was just a cool thing that I never thought I'd see in an anime. Number 9, rocks are for kids. In episode 7, one of Ruri's classmates, Shoko, is shown as a child being excited about her rock collection. Nobody else is impressed, and later her parents are heard saying that geology is not something that she should do as a profession. For some reason, liking rocks is considered childish. Nearly every kid likes rocks at some point, and they are told not to pick them up, or they become relegated to just something pretty to collect. Maybe this is because adults and most teachers don't have a good base of knowledge in earth science. But everything we make, drink, or grow comes from the earth. Earth scientists
Honestly, I don't know too much of that kind of thing because I was homeschooled. So like, if I found someone off, if he's doing like a hike or something, at one point he had a rock that I think looked like our state that we had kept looking at.
Are not just academics. We have very important jobs in many industries. Try making an electric car without a copper mine. Know the correct fertilizer without soil analysis. Or building a dam without understanding the rocks you're building it on. Geologists sometimes call it a found science because very rarely do people go to college to become a geologist. They take some intro class to get lab credits and rediscover that interest they lost years ago. There is nothing silly about liking rocks. We live on them and live off of them. In the show, Shoko eventually confesses her love of minerals and decides to pursue the career.
Alright.
Number 10.
My rock collection includes the almost basketball-sized granite-like rock used for construction that I totally legitimately took from a poorly done drain project next to the road on my way to college that I go for my mom, but she didn't expect about 20 of them. Alright then.
Female representation. This might be odd since the anime does feature a lot of fan service. I guess rocks alone aren't enough to get boys to watch a geology anime. Despite the director's specific choice of camera angles, the cast are shown being smart, intelligent, and competent. There is nothing overt in the show about girls get it done or that girls are better than boys. It just shows women being competent in a profession. There's never a scene where they get lost in the woods and they need help, or assistance changing a car tire, or can't figure out a research question. The STEM sciences have been a male-dominated field for a very long time, and geology is no exception. I can say that in my time working in academia, geology at least has had a pretty even mix of students. And
well, yeah, I think for the most part, I think geology or some of the other, like, for some STEM fields, I can understand why it might be more male-dominated than others. But for geology, I feel like that's one where it really doesn't matter because there's not necessarily either a specific physical or mental thought process that
the woods with young adults a bit strange. At least the show doesn't sexualize Ruri, and beyond the oddly specific camera angles, really none of the other characters are either. So to wrap it up, I'll say that I recommend the show. It's fun for someone who knows what they're talking about, and I think the topics are taught in an approachable way if you don't. If you have seen it, let me know what you thought about it. I think the manga it's from is still going, so maybe they will eventually do a season 2. The first season does end with an adult Ruri gazing up at a vein filled with crystals, so it seems that she decides to follow her heart as well. The anime's been out for a few months already, so I'm a little late in getting this out. But, hey, most of my content is about a game that came out 15 years ago, so this is actually pretty quick. I wrote most of these notes when the anime came out, and I had planned on making it then, but winter break ended and I got busy with other projects. The anime did stay in my head, and since I didn't need to build a bunch of animations for this, I dusted off these notes and decided to make it with the help of an editor. I hope you found it interesting, and I have more Minecraft geology and color theory coming soon. And until then,
interesting.
Have a nice day.
Alright. Yeah, that was pretty interesting. Yeah. I don't know if I'd watch it. I don't know. Oh, right. Scroll down. Right. You wanted me to look at some of these actual flashbang of an upload. The reason it's so well researched. Mineralogy. College. Not the title said. Rocks. Of introduction to the opposite hyperfixation. Zoom into a bit. Can't quite see. Okay. Let's see. Where's the zoom? There we go. Now can it be read, or is that still not legible? A bit more. Okay. There we go. Now is it legible? uh. Dun, 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 dun. Yes. All right. All right. And the knowledge of mineralogy. Okay. The show is a gem. That was more interested in. She says she likes all those things. Say, which one? Oh, there's one. There's a lot of anime / manga like this. Don't know what the genre is called, but I call it an introduction to the author's hyperfixation. I assume this will actually give the proper name for it. I assume. Let's see. Right. New game. Show loop. Flow loop. Account. Let's scroll down. We'll do show more replies. How far is the one that you're hoping for me to end up finding? Or okay. I assume it's your comment. Okay. Let's see. They're under the slice of life umbrella and range between the pure slice of life and non Yuri, where they're just chilling in the sticks and pure comedy. Think Bad Girl, or the comedy with a pinch of romance, focus. Most are educational in some way, but I only get the educational tag when some side tag one. Only get the educational tag one. Some sites when they actually go out to teach you. Roy Rocks does this thoroughly. Most are about various hobbies, activities. Some are sports. Dora, Eero, utility for golf. Rifle. Some with rifle is beautiful for target shooting. And tagged as such, a large portion include food and traveling as secondary aspects, if not the main ones. Some can even be about work, new game, talks game development. Quite a few get tagged with no idea how that's going to be pronounced. Means appeal due to their nostalgic, melancholy, peaceful, idyllic, heartwarming, and or dramaless nature. But most importantly, you have both cute girls doing cute things and cute boys doing cute things. And quite a number are actually not even gender divided in their cast. More so the comics than the animated adaptations. And I can say with absolute certainty that this subset of Japanese animated entertainment media is vastly superior, while others you typically only get one season, rarely two, and it takes real juggernauts like Eurocamp to reach 4 seasons once 2027, and far too many aren't in English dub, which cuts out a significant portion of folks who would watch it without being prompted to by the more savvy relations. Alright then. Iyashike. Iyashike? I can see how that would be said, yeah. Iyashike. Okay, yeah. It's fun because once I'm told how it's supposed to be pronounced, I can look at the word again and realize, oh yeah, that makes perfect sense for that being how it's said. Yeah. It is definitely an interesting it is definitely an interesting type of anime. I don't know if it'd be the like something I would watch just kind of as something. It definitely seems interesting, but I don't know how well I would keep my attention. So yes, cute girls doing cute things is the name for these kinds of things. And the ones I sent to you are these. They're all goodies. Yeah. I just don't need to actually look at some of them. I did end up finishing the klutzy class monitor and the girl in the short skirt. I did end up finishing that today. That one was pretty good. That one was actually a really interesting anime to watch. I do definitely have to say that I find it really fun with some anime because any amount of tension, if I'm actually semi-invested in the story, really pulls me into it. As in, I might have it so that my arms start like shaking because they're tense, and my back of my legs will feel like they start like shaking a bit because I'm tense. And like even in that anime, there was a couple of moments that caused that sort of effect. Same sort of bit with yeah, just any tense moments in animes until they release that tension through the story, just kind of coming to an end. That'll be an effect that sometimes occurs where just like my arms feel like they're just constantly shaking and my legs are kind of feel a little weak and shaky from tension, which is a fun part to watching stuff because oh shit. Because only yeah, I don't think any movie has made me tense in that manner. Only shows have. Even if they show like I think Arrow, that show, the one for Green Arrow, that one had me tense like that. And I think a little bit of that sort of thing when I tried to watch some of the Flash TV show. But most of the time it's been shows and anime more specifically that have caused that sort of reaction. Which is always fun. But yeah. Alright. I think I need to I think I will keep this, though I will move it all the way to the very front. Oh, that's not what I intended. There we go. Okay. Let me just we'll leave the Grand Thumb ones. Has he put that up on his YouTube one? Doesn't look like he has. I think that's still in the Pepperbox exclusive stage. Alright. I need to go scroll back to yeah, scroll back to find the videos. There they are. 1, 2. Alright. Alright. Okay. Let me fix the
Yu-Gi-Oh!
Shut up. Okay. Alright. Alright. And with that said, I think I'm gonna end up Unless you have anything else you want me to necessarily look out immediately. Of course, that one started playing. But I think that's gonna just about do it. So I think nothing too immediate. All right. Yeah, I think that'll do it. I do think, yeah, the next stream, I don't know what game it'll be, but it probably won't be Girls Frontline. But we'll try to keep doing the dailies still in between, so that'll be a thing. But yeah, I think besides that, the other bit is hopefully in the next stream I will be able to have slightly better audio quality. Hopefully, I really hope it is gonna be, but it's not certain. But hopefully next stream I'll have better audio quality. And yeah, I think that'll just about do it for today's stream. So I'd like to say thank you all for coming out and watching. I've been Captain Dendraxis, signing off.